Good morning, Koto Katoa. Welcome along to this Operations and Monitoring Committee meeting for the 28th of June. Just an opening statement from myself. Can I remind councillors and staff that this meeting is live streamed and recorded and will be made available on the Bay Opinion Council website following the meeting. Our purpose is to provide great access to council debate, decision making, and to encourage openness and transparency. I also remind all present that local government decision making affords no protection to councillors, council officers, and the public comment made during the meeting and are subsequently challenged in a court of law and determined slanderous. Once again, good morning. Welcome to Whakatane, and delighted to have operations and monitoring here in Whakatane. I've got apologies from Councillor Toi Iti and Councillor Paula Thompson. Would somebody like to move apologies being received? Councillor Nee, seconded Councillor Thurston.
Mr. Chair, I have to leave at 1 to 2 for a Quayside meeting.
1 to 2, thank you. Any other early departures?
One of us will be chopping and changing to move cars on the car.
Send your
waits to
Whakatane Council. Steve has got it sorted. He's just raised his hand. There are no councillors on Zoom, but I believe there's going to be lots of people zooming in and out during the course of the day presentation. Councillor Nees?
Oh, just potential early departure. We run on after 2 o'clock, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Would somebody like to move the apologies be received? I've got a resolution that Nees and Thurston. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. It's carried. Thank you for that. There's no public forum. Are there any items not on the agenda or late items, Amanda? I don't think so. And welcome to Amanda, Chris and Ruben and Steve. Welcome along to our meetings. The order of business. There is no change in the order of business. And are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Councillor Crosby?
Yes, 8.5 forestry compliance through Quayside. We have a significant interest in Folsom to operate in that area.
Yeah.
Just putting it on the table. There are no issues as a result of that, but it's for transparency.
And just in terms of the voice, we're being recorded through that device up there. We don't have individual microphones. So Sharia, is everybody coming in? You just have to speak reasonably clear into these microphone systems. So just remind you of that. Okay.
Mr. Chair, this may not be the appropriate place to place it, but item 8.6, the Waihi History Focus catchment update.
Oh yeah.
Professor cannot make it, so I'll be providing the update.
Oh, she can't make it.
She's at a tangi.
Oh, that's a shame. Okay. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest apart from Councillor Crosby? No, if not, I'll move on to the minutes of the...
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I will also support the declaration of interest.
Yeah, this way.
Happy to move the as true and correct.
The minutes, thank you, Councillor Von Derelson. Is there a second for the true and correctness of the Monitoring and Ops Committee? Councillor Scott. Any matters arising? None. If not, I'll put that resolution. We received the minutes of the Monitoring and Ops Committee back in March of 2023. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, motion is carried. Right, moving on to our first presentation of the day. We have 2 presentations at the start, so I'd like to welcome John Gifford to the presentation table. Welcome, John. So John is the chair of the Lakes Water Quality Society for the Rotorua Aotearoa Lakes. And following on from the November symposium, John's just going to give us a brief update on the symposium and what we've been doing since, and any further developments. John, welcome along, and pleasure to have you here this morning. It's yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, councillors, for the opportunity to present here this morning. The Lakes Water Quality Society always values these opportunities highly because we understand and know that you're busy folk and you've got a lot on your agenda. But having said that, obviously the issue of the lakes is very close to our hearts, the Lakes Water Quality Society, and it's really poignant that we have the opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the issues that we see, that we've addressed in the past, but also as we see going forward. So just by way of background, Quality Society, for those of you that aren't familiar with us, Te Kahu Kuanga Wai. It's an incorporated society. We've been going for over 60 years. We have 120 financial members. We have about 250 members and critical friends. We have a very broad constituency, which consists of lakeside residents, obviously community members, a big science fraternity, and a whole lot of other folk that have an interest in limnology and the lakes in general. A core part of our program over the last 25 years has been our symposia, and we've always found these particularly well supported by council, well supported by the community, and an excellent opportunity for us to engage with the community and inform them about the latest science which is influencing the water quality and catchment issues with regards to the Rotorua Lakes. In terms of our association with the Regional Council, we greatly appreciate the sponsorship that the Regional Council provides to Lakes Water Quality Society. Without the sponsorship we receive from the council, it would be very difficult for us to host these symposia. We try and target very high quality presentations and presenters so that the community is getting the latest and best science that's available, so they can to adjust and think about what actions are needed. We obviously contribute quite actively to the science and technical programs as they relate to the lakes, and we've been involved in the PC10 reviews, the Rotorua Science reviews related to PC10, and an ongoing input and a whole range of different levels in terms of that. Today, I'm focusing on the report back from our 2002 symposia, which I was hoping to be able to
Changing screens, John.
provide copies of the symposia proceedings for you today, but unfortunately I can only give you a tantalising taste of what it's going to look like. The document itself is about 403 pages long. I'm the current editor, and
200.
and I'm finding it quite a mammoth task to keep it, to edit it and make sure that it's a really quality document. So it's imminent, it's going through its final edit, so you should be able to have copies of that fairly soon. Just some headline comments about the symposium. The heading for the symposium was Get on the Boat, Lake Restoration, Changes, Challenges, and Maintaining Momentum.
All right, we've just changed screens, people. You're not going to.
And the reason for Get on the Boat was all about trying to engage with the community more. We really wanted to be able to get the community more in touch with what was happening specifically with the Rotorua Lakes so that they can join. Obviously, the Lakes Water Quality Society, in terms of its actions and trying to maintain momentum around the actions that are required. We had 7 sessions. I've just briefly summarised them there. You can read those for yourselves. We had 35 papers, over 40 speakers. We had 130 delegates across a very broad range of the constituency. And we were really pleased to have wonderful support from mana whenua and representation and involvement in the symposium. Probably for the first time ever, we had representation from Te Aroha Whauma, and a number of other Māori-related groups. So it was just great to see that participation by Te Aroha and the more broader Māori constituency. So today, I'm just going to focus on what I see as some of the real key messages that came through from the symposium. And I make the point that it's primarily focused on the lakes, but quite a lot of what we say also has some influence around a lot of the other catchments within the Bay of Plenty region. And I want to touch on some of the issues that were raised and obviously follow on with some discussion around the solutions, both tools, so a theoretical perspective, but also the practical side of things as well. So I'm going to start off at the start of the symposium, and I'm just going to briefly touch on some of the key slides that I thought sent home some really key messages about where we're at with water quality and how that's impacting on the Rotorua Lakes. This slide was from Scott Leonard, and he's the chief scientist from NIWA and responsible for state of the environment reporting for New Zealand. And this is the sort of synopsis, I suppose, of an analysis of thousands of data points looking at many water bodies across New Zealand. And of course, the key point is that water quality is definitely affected by agricultural land cover, and this is just showing you the relative correlations. There's a decline in clarity, an increase in dissolved reactive phosphorus. Macroinvertebrates are declining, total phosphorus increases, ammonia increases, nitrate increases, total nitrogen increases, and there's an increase in E. coli. There's unequivocal evidence across a broad spectrum of New Zealand freshwater systems that they are deteriorating due to the nature of the land cover. Scott then went on, and I thought probably provided some very interesting evidence to show that there's a real need for what he called integrated land and water modelling, and basically taking mountains to the sea approach, looking at all the different processes, but then using modelling to very clearly try and predict the impact of specific land uses on water quality. And then he went on and actually provided some examples about how this has been applied in some of the southern lakes, Lake Taupo, and some other situations in New Zealand. We're doing some of this in Rotorua, but there's an option to do a lot more of this type of work and apply these types of models to more firmly predict the impacts of land use. The next part of the symposium was provided by Susan Wood and Marcus van der Goes. And these guys have been intimately involved in the Lakes 380 program. So this is looking at over 380 lakes across New Zealand. But their tool and way of approaching the whole issue has been looking at sediment and sediment cores. In this particular case, they're taking sediment cores from a broad number of lakes and trying to generate a summary of the impacts of change in land use. Change in land use. And as you can see, around the sort of 1960s, these red lines start to accelerate across diatoms, bacteria, and chlorophyll A, and are clearly linked with increasing intensification of agricultural and pastoral land use. And this is based on using eDNA, and I'm sure you've heard that term quite frequently. Basically, environmental DNA, where they extract DNA from environmental samples and then look at the different range of organisms that are represented there. And of course, things like diatoms are changing with changing NP ratios and the incidence of nitrogen in the water. They then looked at some of the changes in sediment cores in the Rotorua lakes. And of course, Rotorua lakes have had a tumultuous history because of volcanic activity in the lake. But what was particularly interesting here is once again from the sediment cores, tracing it over a good number of years, we start to see some significant trends, increases in algae, increases in cyanobacteria, once again aligning with the period across what that's described previously, reaffirming that the impact of land use change was having significant impact on the biota across this particular lake. But this is mimicked across many lakes, and in particular the Rotorua lakes. We then moved on to ask the question how we're going in Lake Rotorua and what's the nutrient status of Lake Rotorua. And these graphs provide an overview of the trend in nitrate nitrogen, total nitrogen, dissolved phosphorus, and total phosphorus. These red lines are the targets that we have set. So for nitrogen, it's 435, and for phosphorus, 37. And you can see there that the graphs are quite typically above the red line, clearly indicating that we're consistently getting loads into the Lake Rotorua which are higher than the targets. Though interestingly, towards the end, we do see some change in nitrogen and also some change in phosphorus, which is really, really positive. But here, interestingly, it was noted that storm loads are potentially a large source of nutrients that are not accounted for in the sustainable loads. So even though we're looking at figures in terms of loads from the streams into the lakes, we're not accounting for potentially large and increasing loads due to climate change and the influence in both nitrogen and phosphorus. And of course, I'm sure you're familiar with this picture in terms of the targets, the integrated framework as developed for the management of nitrogen, in particular for Lake Rotorua. I probably don't really need to go through it, but we're targeting a reduction of 320 tonnes to get a sustainable load of 435 tonnes per year. And we develop these different strategies, engineering solutions, gorse removal, reduction on farm, and of course the incentive scheme to get to a target TLI in Lake Rotorua of 4.2. And then there was a summary provided in terms of how we're actually going. So right at the top there, we've got a load of 755 minus the 320 gives us the 435. The sustainable load needs to be reached by 2032. So we're looking at a 70% reduction of 224 tonnes by 2022, though that 2022 date wasn't actually in the regional policy statement. What reductions have been achieved? We've got a gorse reduction, but there's still gorse is an issue. There's reoccurrence of gorse across the catchment of a number of lakes. Engineering solutions, we've only achieved a very small part of the total 50, though there is wetlands being developed, and so there's hopefully more nitrogen reduction from that area. The incentive scheme had a target of 100, and at the moment, and judging from the paper that was most recently provided to the Rotorua Te Aroha Lake Strategy Group the other day, we only removed 37, and it's likely that we'll only get to 50 tonnes within the time frame. There were some suggested processes to try and ameliorate that. And in terms of pastoral management, the target's 140 tonnes, and because those works are still relatively new, the impact in terms of lake load is still yet to be determined. So a total, we got 75 tonnes removed of a total of 324 tonnes of nitrogen, 24% by 2023. So the scorecard is not the greatest. We understand that there's still a lot of work in progress, and we really appreciate the work that the Regional Council is doing in this space, but there's still a lot of work to be done to achieve those targets. Lake weeds. So this was a slide that was provided by Paul Cathy from NIWA. Paul's been involved in lake weed research for a good number of years through NIWA and Ministry of Agriculture and Science. And this just highlights the spread of the range of aquatic weeds throughout the Rotorua lakes. But of course, those that have the dominant ones is indicated by the asterisk. So if we look at Lake Tarawera, the asterisk there is for boardwalk throughout Phillip. So there's some lakes that have really dominant presence of these weeds. So the question is what can be done about it? And we had a number of papers provided trying to address the question, is whole lake eradication possible? Is it practical? And I guess some of the key Summary comments there were that time matters. So if you want to control weeds, the earlier you get in and start doing some control measures, the better. Collaboration between regulatory agencies and biosecurity management are absolutely critical. Paul reckons that we actually have the tools, but they need to be developed in an integrated way. There are examples where whole lake eradication has occurred throughout New Zealand. The question is, can we apply it effectively to the Rotorua lakes? If we do nothing, it'll just lead to further degradation. And my view is that we really need some bold and strong decisions to be made in this space. Otherwise, the issue will just continue to deteriorate. And of course, we're just sinking good money after bad year after year as we try and control outbreaks and specific issues around the various lakes. This area was presented by Mary Winton, once again, an eminent scientist from NIWA, been involved in lake water research and weeds in particular. And the key point of this is that where we are taking really good remediative action in terms of water quality, it can impact very positively in terms of the control and management of the lake weeds as well. And in this picture here, she was showing in Lake Okeraka, we've had a really good increase in the degree of nativeness within Lake Okeraka as a range of management procedures have gone into place. There's been a lot of work also gone on around weed management and very proactive, and that's been absolutely fantastic. So there are examples right on our back door where if we really take a concerted approach, get the community involved and think about how we can do it at a whole lake status level, then we can actually achieve some good outcomes. So those are some of the issues. What were some of the solutions that were discussed? And here, I think David Hamilton sort of led the charge and gave us some insights about what's happening in other catchments around the world and in particular in Australia. And his key point was around we need to change the way in which we use catchments. And he introduced us to this idea around building catchment resilient explorer models. So basically advanced GIS-based models where you're pulling in data from a whole range of different sources and trying to predict ways that you can manage the catchment more effectively. And he even gave us an example where now they're starting to use visualization tools. So they create visual impressions of how the catchment can evolve to improve water quality, retain soil where it needs to be on pastoral land, and make decisions about how we manage the land more effectively. David also gave us this example of a particular catchment that he had been involved with, which was the Laidley catchment in Brisbane. But he did point out that it's been really expensive to rehabilitate and to ameliorate water quality issues in this catchment, up to $1 million per kilometre of replanting and habitat re-establishment in this catchment. This next brief summary was provided by Taniwha Kingi, and Taniwha, I thought this was probably one of the most salient papers of the whole symposium, because what Taniwha was basically saying was that Maori landowners are being more and more constrained by things like climate change, nutrient regulations. They see the economic value of their land potentially being severely constrained. And he made a passionate plea about the need to look at alternative diversification of revenue streams on catchments. But the constraint to that often falls down to lack of information about market channels and supply chains and appropriate investment. And he went one step further and actually gave us some examples as to the way in which that diversification could be applied from his perspective. And as you can see from this slide, there's diverse ways and forms of agriculture and land use that are worthwhile exploring. So we change the way in which we use the land to create more value, but drive environmental outcomes. And I think this just touches on what is probably one of the most important things that we need to confront as a community. And it's interesting that, at the last Rotorua Te Aroha Lakes strategy group meeting, we had a presentation from the Rotorua District Council about how they're going to develop urban industrial business areas around the lake. Well, if they're going to develop those, they need to take into account how those businesses and industries and urban environments fit in with the lake environment and actually achieve a win-win in both of them. To do it in isolation would be just crazy, and we would be compromising all the work we've done over the last 20 years for the lakes. We also wanted to present some information about forestry, because forestry has been seen as an important land use change, and it's got significant benefits from a point of view of water quality. This paper was provided by Jeff Tomlinson, who's a forestry consultant. And the key point he was making is that we actually do need forests if we're going to reach net zero by 2050. There is no other strategy that New Zealand can adopt to achieve its 2050 goal unless we actually plant more trees. That was one of his key messages. But then he went one step further and also highlighted how you could actually go about that. And he provided a simple model which basically said that if we could plant 5,000 hectares of trees over 10 years, then by 2050 we would be absorbing up to 70 million tonnes of carbon, which is now our current total gross emission. So trees, can actually be used in a way within catchments to create multiple values. I have to add there though, that I don't think you can rely on the ETS to provide a financial incentive for the conversion of forestry. Personally, I think the ETS is finished, history, over, gone. I've always predicted it probably 30 years ago, but it's finally come to reality. So, just in terms of concluding remarks, Lakes Water Quality Symposium keep a really strong focus on how we're going with the Rotorua Lakes. And that scorecard, I think, does actually tell where we are in 2023. There's no question about it. We've made significant progress. We have stopped a lot of nutrients going into the lake, and the lake water quality has improved, and TIL values have improved in many of the lakes. The question is, will they continue to improve and reach their target? And if they do, what's it going to take to actually get there? And of course, there's a huge question hanging over everything in the context of climate change and the impact that's going to have both in terms of nutrient recycling and producing of more nutrients through high rainfall events in the lakes. Catchments are where we need to focus. David's been saying that, I think, for the last 20, 30 years. I remember when I started out in university, my professor said, fix a lake, go to the catchments, put in catchment focus related work. That's where the emphasis needs to be. But of course, to get that catchment change, we really need to think about how we can increase the value from the land, but do it in a way which is sustainable. And that's why Tani Rā-Kingi's paper was so interesting, because he at least had started to thought about it, put it in the context of the value to Māori, but more importantly, he put up some solutions which are applicable to the whole community. And if I dare say it again, I think really important for Rotorua to consider in terms of its future planning. Biosecurity, yep, major concerns around biosecurity. The recent sort of alert that we've had around the golden clam and the potential that could have on Lake Rotorua and wiping out the Kakahi beds. Just threat after threat, it's a major concern. We've got good measures. Lakes Water Quality Society has been really proactive in trying to promulgate some good measures to tighten up biosecurity for the lakes. Do we need to look broader? Do we need to look at some other tools? There's lots of examples internationally. We've provided those previous symposium. Perhaps it's time to consider those, because the costs are huge. It's the amount of money that we spend on controlling pests just year after year after year is melting and probably ultimately become unsustainable. At the moment, there is a review going on in the context of the Rotorua Tara Lake Strategy Group. We see this as a really critical review. Hopefully it will set some new paths and directions for the work of that group. But we do question whether we've got the right process in place and what's the urgency. I was a little bit concerned the other day when we heard it from the strategy group that there'd been some delays in getting that review. And now the timing looks as though it's going to slip quite significantly. And that's a real major concern for us. And of course, the incentive scheme, to hear once again very recently that we had a target of 100 tonnes. It looks as though the best we're going to do through the incentive scheme is 50 tonnes. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of pathways to really look at how we're going to catch up that extra 50 tonnes. And of course, it still begs the question, you know, we've set a sustainable target of 435, but is 435 still relevant in 2023, 2030, 2050? And we actually don't know the answer to that question yet, despite all the great science and effort that we've put into the lakes. And with that, I'll be quiet and happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you, John. That's a really good summary of the 2 days proceedings. And for those councillors who are able to make it, we are at the leading edge in terms of bringing all that research, all that knowledge to the fore through your proceedings, John, and we really value it. So thank you for your presentation and keeping us on track, because that's what we've got to do round the table, is to keep us all on track in terms of Lakes water quality improvement. I'm not going to get into a discussion about lake water levels today. Councillor Neves, question?
Oh, well, firstly, just thank you so much for coming. That was a brilliant summary, and really gives pause for thought. A question I have is, one of the latter slides was about we have the potential for forestry to reach zero carbon. And I noticed the slide following that slide showed permanent radiated pine forestry. And I'm just wondering, are you saying that that would be planted and never be logged? Because if that's what that was suggesting, I would have to ask, why not Indigenous business? Do you know what?
Well, as I said, Jeff's a forestry consultant, and he's been intimately involved in the climate change issue. He's a carbon trader in forestry industry, so he understands the carbon market extremely well. The key point there is that if we were to plant 5,000 hectares for 10 years of radiata and leave it in permanent forest, so it would progressively change from radiata to native over a period of time. That's the prediction in terms of carbon absorbed out to 2050. So Jeff believes that, and there's some excellent examples right on our doorstep in Rotorua, particularly forest blocks that are up against the Horahora Bluffs. The native seeds pour into the forest, the understory becomes rich in natives. The pine trees will persist through to 140 odd years. I mean, that's quite common in various areas around New Zealand. So radiata will survive for a large number of years, but eventually they will die, and the natives will come through, and the catchment will be very high quality.
If I may add to that conversation, Mr. Chair, from a Māori perspective, and I know a lot of Māori foresters and people, Māori land is best suited to trees on many occasions, class 4 to 6 or 7. And the view is that, pine still provides, the sequestration for carbon, we know all about that. And over time, they say that basically a transition to native, because the view is that pines are not a bad nursery crop for native trees to come through, and you've just cited that example. And so over time, they see this as it grows, that they actually open up more windows in the pine forest, and not necessarily permanent forever, to allow light to come in, and they will ultimately change it from pines to indigenous over time. That is the desire of Māori, and I know that's the conversation. What that enables them to do, and you mentioned the ETS is dead. Well, I mean, in the context of carbon, they see that as an alternative economy for the next 50 years on land that they probably don't have any other use for. It's very difficult. So they are able to see themselves getting into the carbon market in that space, being able to invest in other things and actually over time transit into native, which will take 50 plus years to start generating to any great degree. That is a position of Māori right now. And I know that's being put to the consultation process on ETS right now and being pushed very hard. So I just wanted to put that on the table.
Councillor McMillan.
Oh, yeah, thank you. That was great. It's really nice because I was at the symposium and just having this refresher just reminded me of how much there was in there. Going back to the nitrogen and solutions for that, I think your last slide was need alternative solutions. So obviously the glaringly obvious one is land use change. Do you see a connection with is it Dr. Kingy? Yeah, Dr. Kingy's sort of progressive approach about land use and nitrogen levels in the lake, and whether there's an enabling piece for transition that you see that we could play a part in, or someone needs to play a part in?
I guess the short answer to that question is yes. I mean, I think that agencies like this, the regional council, if they had a long-term view about how land and water can be integrated, and at the same time, as I said, the key to it is, I mean, probably part of the reason why the incentive scheme has stalled is that farmers are struggling to sort of see the value proposition and locking up their land in perpetuity at $400 a kilogram. And so the core issue I'm sure for any landowner is, how do I make money off my land? And so we have to give them the alternatives. But I mean, this is an area that I am particularly interested in, because I believe that we don't use land as efficiently and as effectively as we need to. And I mean, I've been a very strong supporter of the bioenergy industry for the last 30 years. And I can't help but think right now why we don't actually apply some of the concepts and principles that sort of thinking offers in the Rotorua catchment.
Councillor Scott, and then Councillor Shirley.
Thanks, John. Look, I'm a social scientist, not a real scientist, and you made that sound easy to understand, and I found it fascinating. So thanks very much. Got a couple of questions. One is there was an early slide there from Scott, who had a number of measures for pollution. I'm wondering, is there a key measure or a couple of measures, whether it's clarity or the levels of flora, fauna, or something like that we can concentrate on to give us an idea of what pollution looks like? Because it appears to me that some measures are better than others, but is there one that if we measure that says we've got our lakes and rivers right?
Well, I mean, in the case of the Rotorua lakes, we've used TLI, which is trophic level index. And that's an integrated index, which nitrogen, phosphorus, Secchi disc, which is clarity, and chlorophyll A. So we've sort of made some, and we use, I didn't show TLI on that slide presented by Scott, but he did have TLI data as well to complement those different parameters that he showed. So we do have some aggregating indices that we can use to help simplify the way in which we look at water quality, and they are applied.
Because the thing in the back of my head is how can we make things more efficient for us so that we can afford to do more? Because the next, I suppose, question is it better to do a lot in a place or a little bit in lots of places? Because there seems to be a challenge there as well, make sure things don't get away on us. But what's your view there?
I think my thought around that is that we need to set policies at a higher level, which drive positive outcomes in all catchments. I don't know, does that make sense? So we need to lift our policy setting view, I think, and the way in which we determine, the future development pathway.
We can set policies for Africa, but as part of your thing pointed out, is that we don't always achieve our policies, and the council's resource strapped as much as anyone else, and that's why I was wondering if there's an ideal pathway that will get the best results.
Yeah, well, I think my simple message is change land use and probably rely more on plants than animals to create the same values, if not more.
Councillor Shirley?
Yes, thank you, John. That was most interesting. I was very interested and surprised in the amount of nitrogen you attributed to gorse, just from the atmospheric fixation of nitrogen by gorse. And the effort that's been made to eliminate that and the benefits gained from it. I was wondering though whether attention's paid to other nitrogen fixing species like acacias, wattles, and I think even woody nightshade's a nitrogen fixer too. So, and woody nightshade's going rampant in the Bay of Plenty. It's everywhere on land. So obviously those species are contributing to the nitrogen runoff by fixing atmospheric nitrogen in the soil also.
Yeah, there is work going on with other nitrogen fixing plants. I think we control acacias out around Lake Tarawera, for example. So that is taken into account, but this was a specific strategy for the control of large nitrogen contribution, or believed to be large nitrogen.
And also the effort that was made to, a few years back, for Tasmanian blackwood, which is an acacia also. So while it's a wonderful timber, it's actually a nitrogen fixer.
Yes, you have to select your species carefully.
Okay, well, thank you, John.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for your presentation and answering the questions. Dr. Tanira Kingi's presentation, I'm reminded of a sheep and beef farmer in Taupo who was on a reducing nitrogen and phosphorus level, and they had a aquifer underneath them, and they're now a brewery on that sheep and beef farm. So there is alternatives on land. You just have to be creative and have courage. And I thought that was really interesting for a sheep and beef farmer to be, and a world-leading brewery in Taupo.
Chair, just a comment, please,
Yes.
Before John finishes. And thank you for that report, John. Very good. But one thing that I think where bravery is going to come into it is something that is blaring to you when you go home today. Certainly as to me when I go shopping in Rotorua and that. And that's urban growth intensification sprawl that's going on right now.
Oh,
And the difference between that and say Taronga even, what gets washed down every rainstorm disappears out of sight, but certainly doesn't in Rotorua.
and I think that's why we are on that future development strategy of Rotorua. We've got members from Regional Council on that to make sure when those brown fields and or green fields are developed, that the lakes are taken into account in the effect of the lake. And I think Chair Leader talked about it yesterday, your stormwater runoff on urban development lands, and everything gets washed into our lakes. And we have to be on the front foot in terms of making sure that future development strategy for Rotorua, the lakes are right at the forefront of our development for Rotorua. And if they're not, we're not doing our job. So to Councillors Thurston,
The three of them. You're influencing the hearing panel now.
well, thank you, John.
Thank you, councillors.
Our next presentation is from Tom Kay. Some of you have heard Tom's address, and we thought it was really pertinent that he bring this address to operations and monitoring. He talks about making room for the rivers. Tom is a freshwater advocate for forest and bird, and you're online, you're on screen. Tom, welcome along to operations and monitoring. Floor's yours.
Thank you very much. I've just shared my screen. Can you see that?
Yep, got it.
Excellent. Kia ora koutou. Yeah, I am Tom. I'm the freshwater advocate at Forest and Bird, as mentioned. I'm based in Wellington. Would have loved to be with you today in person, but thought I was travelling a bit too much, so tried to keep my carbon miles down. Yes, some of you have seen this before. This is going to be a shorter version of it, obviously, because we haven't got as much time, but happy to take questions, happy to keep talking afterwards, and I'll give you some stuff you can read if you're interested as well. And I know you've got some great staff working on this kind of stuff too. We've been talking a lot to councils around Aotearoa and communities, as you know, recently about making room for rivers, or tuku ana awa kia rere, as we've put it in our sort of campaign document, basically letting rivers flow. And we've been talking specifically, or I've been talking specifically about the Tutaikuri River, and how during Cyclone Gabriel, as the cyclone was sort of smashing into the Hawke's Bay region on the 14th of February, in those early hours, the flow gauge on the Tutaikuri River dropped offline. It was flowing at over 1,800 cubics or 1,800 cubic meters per second when it failed, when the flow gauge just sort of went to zero, which is 1,800 tons of water flowing past that point every second. I know that that's what was happening because I was watching that gauge that morning. I was refreshing the page on the Regional Council website because, as some of you know, my family lives just downstream from that flow gauge. They live behind the stop bank, within about 600 meters of the stop bank, in two different houses. My mum and dad in the house that I grew up in. I'm from Hawke's Bay. My sister, my niece and nephew, 3 and 5 year olds, my brother-in-law as well. Obviously, I couldn't figure out whether the river was rising or falling when I was looking at that gauge because it stopped working at about 3 a.m. And by 8 a.m., the river had overtopped the stop banks just upstream of Taradao. It took out the substation, which you can see just at the top right of the image there, nestled up against the bottom of the hill, taking out power to most of Napier. And by about 10 o'clock, residents in the suburbs around that area just downstream of that point were being told to evacuate. So Waiheke there, sort of on the right of the image, you can see, and then Taradao just on the left at the top of the image there. So told to evacuate, including my parents and my sister and niece and nephew. The river was overwhelming the flood protection infrastructure, spilling into the streets nearby. This is my sister's street on the left, and then in the middle and the right there, the pathway to get from my sister's to my parents, which is where they evacuated first to before leaving the suburb with everyone else at the time. My family was really lucky. Their houses were dry. Floodwaters came up under my sister's place, but not up to the floorboards. They were a bit shaken. They had 6.5 days without power. Once they were allowed back to their house, they were allowed back that same day. But yeah, obviously other people weren't so lucky, and the damage across the region became really apparent in the hours afterwards, or the days afterwards, when comms started to get back online. The river took out the bridge just down the road from them. Upstream, that whole valley where the river had overwhelmed the stop banks was just sort of flattened, and of course elsewhere in the region, Pakowhai, Esk Valley, massive impacts where other rivers overtopped their banks, or where people were living in floodplains basically. Cyclone Gabriel was the most recent, well, I keep saying the most recent extreme weather event, but we see in the news almost every week now another flooding event. But we've just on this continual kind of experiencing these events all around the country at different levels. Auckland, of course, a couple of weeks before Cyclone Gabriel, unprecedented flooding. Unprecedented is a word that people are using, almost losing its meaning now. Before that, Nelson, at the end of 2022, Tairāwhiti, Gisborne hit all the time, hit just again in the last week or so. Westport, Canterbury hit several times in the last couple of years. And of course, yourselves in 2017 with flooding in Edgecombe. And as I understand it, other rivers nearby very close to having similar things with like the Whakatane in 2017. After Cyclone Gabriel, NIWA Principal Climate Scientist Dr. Sam Dean said, "I have no doubt in my mind that climate change has influenced that event." And after the event, Met Service wrote in their summary of Cyclone Gabriel that these events will become more severe as the planet continues to warm. Heavier rain, more problems from flooding. So we're getting these events and we know they're going to get worse. It's not just climate change though that's going to make them worse, or that makes them have such a serious impact. We've seen those events through previous years and even decades. As long as people have been in Aotearoa, there have been these big flood events, and it's exacerbated by other things like how we've mismanaged the environment. Wetland loss, for example. This is a map of the Bay of Plenty showing the predicted historic wetland extent. I'm sure you'd be familiar with these lowland areas, huge coastal wetland ecosystems. If you compare that to a map of current wetland extent, you see how much has been lost. Likewise with our forests across Aotearoa, on the left there, before human settlement, forest cover across the entire country, well, apart from mountain areas. On the right there, the forest cover now, which is just, severely degraded. And where we've kept those forests, we've introduced pests, deer, goats, wallabies, that then destroy the integrity of that forest and its ability to absorb water and hold it in the canopy, much like losing our wetlands has got rid of those sponges. It's also a consequence of the way we've managed our rivers, right? So big rivers in Hawke's Bay, for example, this one, the Ngāruroto River, downstream of this, the river overtopped its banks during Cyclone Gabriel. This is the river in 1950 at Marae Kākoho. Big open braid plains. If you draw a line showing the kind of area that river took up and you compare that to now, you can see how we've encroached on this river with willows, with stop banks. And then we've taken away space from that river for flooding, but also for habitat for birds, for people to swim and enjoy that place. Mahinga Kai. And we've done that everywhere, all across Aotearoa. You'd know it. The Bay of Plenty, rivers like the Kaituni, you can actually see in this image from 1939 where cuts have been made to get rid of those meanders in the river, and you can sort of draw a line over that river and compare it to now and see how much of that river's sort of spaced and habitat and disconnection from its floodplain, how much of that has been sort of taken away from it. And to your credit, I know that you're working on reconnecting some of that back up for that river. We've done it with other places too, the Whakatane River, and your coastal wetlands and floodplains as well. This is not just a rivers conversation, although I'm focusing on that. You've got these rivers that filled your coastal plains, huge wetland areas like you can just see the last of here in this image from sort of 1944 to 1951, massive encroachment into those areas, straightening of rivers. And there's a whole bunch of unintended consequences to that management. Things like with the gravel braided rivers, in Hawke's Bay, for example, the Tukituki River, you can see that putting stop banks onto that river has meant that that river no longer has space to spread its gravels and is sort of filling up the space between the stop banks and becoming perched above the floodplain, meaning that your river's actually up above the communities that are living around it. Likewise, the narrowing of those gravel rivers has reduced their ability to naturally recharge the groundwater because you've taken away that spongy space underneath them that was interacting with the groundwater. We've gotten rid of the habitat, the riffles, the runs, and the pools that these rivers used to have because we're cutting back the area of the river, or we're just straightening them entirely, turning them into one long sort of flowing run. And we've created the situation of this false sense of security where we have communities that are living behind stop banks, and stop banks often at or above the height of people's roofs, and rivers constrained in that space that then when you have a flood, it fills up with water, and those tons and tons of water, because every cubic meter of water weighs a ton, are up elevated above the floodplain. And if those stop banks fail or are overtopped, that water then has huge amounts of energy because it's flowing faster because those rivers have been straightened, but it's also lifted up above the floodplain and has that energy that is then unleashed on those communities behind that river. And there's a cost to this, right? There's a cost to building stop banks, to constraining these rivers, to constantly getting in there with rocks and trees and having to do the maintenance. And there's a cost of failure of that infrastructure. The cost of Cyclone Gabriel and the Auckland floods has been put at between 9 billion and 14.5 billion in terms of damage to assets. But there's a human impact as well, a human cost. Cost isn't quite the right word, but a human impact to this way of managing the environment. Whether it's someone like my friend here who was rescuing their chicken from their place that was flooded in Hawke's Bay, right through to the loss of lives in places like Esk Valley. There was a paper written late last year, called Reanimating the Strangled Rivers of Aotearoa in New Zealand. Some experts looked at river management across the world and across Aotearoa, and they wrote in that paper things like, working against nature does not work. We may inadvertently be manufacturing future disasters, and moving out of harm's way saves lives, months before Cyclone Gabriel. But we didn't have to wait until last year to kind of know this stuff. There was actually a report written after Cyclone Bowler by the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment at the time, and it said really similar things to what I'm telling you now, and those river experts wrote in that paper. Things like extensive deforestation has led to greatly accelerated widespread severe erosion, draining of wetlands has intensified flooding problems in many areas, and unwise intensive development behind stop banks has often been encouraged. Last year, around that time that paper was written, Forest and Bird launched a campaign called Making Room for Rivers. We were trying to jump on all this expert evidence that was saying we were doing things wrong and try and communicate it to the public and decision makers that we need to do things differently. To get on this idea that has been picked up internationally since the 90s, maybe even earlier, that building bigger walls does not work. It's expensive and it's dangerous for the communities that end up behind them. And we launched this campaign to communicate this to the public. Jumping on this idea that, as you can see at the top there, narrow stop banks mean deep floodwaters, mean rivers that are constrained, mean communities that are at risk behind them. Wider floodplains or space between stop banks mean lower floodwaters for the same size flood, because you've got more space for the water, more space for riparian planting, more space for those rivers to self-adjust in that corridor, more space for birds, fish, inanga tuna, for people, and safer communities, because if those floodwaters do overtop a stop bank, the river or the water levels are much lower, and the chances of that happening are lower because there's less energy in that water. And here we've looked at widening stop banks, but it's also potentially getting people out of floodplains entirely. And it's an idea that's come from international, the Netherlands being the main example, come internationally, but is being picked up in New Zealand. Places like Greater Wellington Regional Council with their Riverlink project, purchasing all these properties in this area of Te Awakairangi, the Hutt River, so that they can turn that back into green space, widen the river, because this was a pinch point in the river for them. If the river overtopped the stop banks here, it was going to do something like $1 billion worth of damage. They're starting on that project this year. It's all consented and ready to go, as I understand. Greater Wellington going so far as actually adopting this concept of making room for rivers into their Aparua Mahanga flood management plan, and to have gone and written a document about how they can make more room for the region's rivers to give them some guidance. And in fact, now trying to get down into some of their policies in their regional policy statement. They previously had a policy that said when considering hazard mitigation measures, they'd give particular regard to the need for structural protection works or hard engineering. They're talking about, well, they've proposed and are currently going through hearings, and they're crossing through that and putting instead whether non-structural soft engineering, green infrastructure, room for the river, or mātauranga Māori options provide a more suitable solution. Not saying that you can't do engineering, but saying actually evidence shows that in the first instance, we should be looking at sort of how we can work with the river and work with nature. Horizons Regional Council establishing this idea of having a mobility corridor for the Rangitaike River, giving it space within the space they have for the stop bank, rather than constantly trying to force it back into place, re-establishing natives, trying to move away from willows. And Auckland Council just a couple of weeks ago saying they support the idea of making space for water and trying to, daylight streams, have this sort of sponge city idea and not develop in stupid places, basically. This idea has been brought through into policy guidance. You've got a great reason to do it. Things like the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management and the National Adaptation Plan. The National Policy Statement says things like in its policies that you need to look at protecting the extent and values of rivers, or preventing the loss of extent and values, and protecting habitats of Indigenous species. Likewise, the National Adaptation Plan prioritises nature-based solutions, so working with nature, trying to let rivers be rivers and have that space. There might be this perception from some councils, and I know you're not one of them because you are quite proactive in the space, and I'd love to be adding momentum to that. There's this perception in some places that government needs to come in and give us a bit of an ex machina and solve this for everyone, but you've got a lot of tools you can use, things like data collection and flood hazard modelling, LiDAR surveys, and actually taking that data and communicating it to the public. And I have to give you credit for your great historical river maps online that people can look at and see where rivers used to be. Not all councils have that. Things like planning measures, putting this into your regional policy statement, into your district plan, into your freshwater plan changes that you're coming up with. You've got zoning tools you can use, bylaws for stormwater, and you can provide advice or regulate developers, as you were just talking about with some of the stuff around, the lakes, regulating those developments so that they are really sensitive to where that water's going and how it's flowing. Things like reframing your flood management plans, which I'm sure you have for all your rivers, to actually talk about how you're going to back off with the management. Doing things like climate hazard risk assessments, which a lot of councils are doing, and managing your council-owned reserves and parks as sponge cities, putting wetlands back in, and doing pest control in those places to make sure that the deer, wallabies, goats aren't degrading the integrity of those places to absorb water. A couple other things like prioritizing nature-based solutions in your annual planning and your long-term planning, and really, and I'm emphasizing this, thinking much longer term. And you're thinking, a lot of councils are thinking year to year, this is really expensive, we have to acquire land or whatever, and they just build stop banks or flood, pump stations or whatever. We need to be thinking 30, 40, 50 years. What's the benefit for future generations? Can we continue to build stop banks and put in more rocks, or do we need to do something different? Thinking about how you can work with and fund community conservation initiatives, because they do great stuff along rivers and putting back wetlands and things like that. And acknowledging that you still have powers under old legislation that you can use, like the Soil Conservation and Rivers Control Act, despite it being kind of antiquated. Being smart with your future development, not letting things go ahead in stupid places, and starting to think about managed retreat. Not necessarily managed retreat in the way that we've seen it in the past, where it's happened almost immediately, but over a longer period where you're actually gearing people up for managed retreat 10, 20, 30 years down the road. That's a quick list, and I'll let you go back to that if you want to look at it again. The point is, you can create these really healthy landscapes connecting, your hillsides, like the top of this image, down through your gullies to your floodplains and your coastal wetlands and these coastal areas. And you've got a great momentum on that already. I think this is an example from the Burks Farm, which a lot of people are talking about at the moment, showing that you can still have productive landscapes with native ecosystems. I want to finish with a quote from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment report back from 1988. They said, a possible effect of climate change is that cyclones of some form could pass close to New Zealand with increasing frequency. It may be that in retrospect, the Bowler storm will not be regarded as such an extreme event. Obviously, we're at that point now. And they said, in the interests of future generations, government cannot allow the nation's floodplain land to be unwisely used. Obviously, I include you in government there as a local government entity. So that's it from me. I've got 3 things up here that I've mentioned that you might want to refer to, and I'll send to make sure that you've got access to if you want to look at them. The Forest and Bird Making Room for Rivers document, Wellington's little plan on how they can make room for rivers in their region, and that paper, which is really easily readable. I highly recommend. It's not as academic or dense as it looks, and happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Tom, and very good presentation. And I think for us here, you've reaffirmed what we're doing, especially on the Rangitaiki River. We just signed off on a big capital project a month or so ago to allow a fuse diversion wall and to allow the river to flow into some floodplains. So we're doing what you've asked us to do, but you've reaffirmed what we're doing is the correct thing. So thank you for that. So are there any questions to Tom from the floor? Councillor McMillan?
Oh, kia ora, Tom. Great to hear you speak again, and really enjoyed your presentation a few weeks ago in Whakatane. But yeah, so really exciting to have you here today and get in front of all the councillors, and really cool to know that you're working with our staff, and our staff are working hard on this as well. So exciting space to come. We have got nature-based solutions in our draft long-term plan. We're really looking into this space and doing more and more. So yeah, I find your presentation really inspiring. So it's not a question, but just want to say ngā mihi nui. Kia ora.
Thank you. I mean, just on that nature-based solutions note, it's great to have been talking to some of your staff and hearing about things like that Rangitaiki project. Really, want to emphasize the value of that and to just push you to continue thinking in that way, even with stuff like you were just talking about with the forestry and the lakes and things, thinking about what are actually the limitations of pines, what's the value of natives, what are the joint benefits you can get, where can you do pest control in the, higher up in the catchments, really bring it through in all of your thinking, because it's just going to be so important for that long-term planning.
A question from Councillor White.
Kia ora, Tom. Ngā mihi nui ki a koe mo ko whakaaro ki o mātou. Thank you for your presentation, mate. Really enjoyed it. I think the key message is more a comment than a question. Getting back to nature, and from myself and the people that I work with, Mātauranga Māori is actually a very, very big concept that we want to be part of the reset in this particular place. And it is all about creating balance with nature. So I think, the pathways that you'll set and the examples you'll put are examples absolutely of why we should be thinking about the change and the resets that are necessary. And this council here, along with other councils, had that obligation to do that. And I know we're work in progress, And I know you're working with staff, and our staff are taking on board a number of things, challenges in a pretty dynamic political environment as well. So all the best, man. I did enjoy your presentation, so thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions or comments to, and I'll allow comments to Tom today, I mean, rather than just questions. It seems as though we're all on the same page here. If not, no further questions. Thank you, Tom, for your presentation. And Amanda, can we get access to that making moves for the Rivers document and get a copy to each councillors? Because I think that's really just reaffirms what we're doing.
Yeah, I'll send those 3 things to you now, and you can distribute them as you feel fit.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Thank you, Tom. Okay, if there's no further questions, I was remiss before, and I'd like somebody to move that we receive Tom's presentation. Thank you, Councillor Thurston, seconded by Councillor McMillan. All those in favour, please say aye. It's carried. And going back one in terms of the presentation from Lakes Water Quality Society from John, I was remiss that we must receive that as well. So can I have a move of Councillor Crosby, seconded by Councillor White. All those in favour that we receive Lakes Water Quality Society presentation. And John, can you get the proceedings, 14 copies or thereabouts? Seeing we're a key sponsor, we would like to see the value of our money coming back for reading material, our 400-page document or whatever it is. So thank you for that, John. I'll put that resolution that we received for the Lakes Water Quality Society proceedings. All those in favour, please say aye. It's carried. Councillor McMillan.
Oh, can I just clarify that we're also getting copies of the Greater Wellington and the other document?
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah,
You'll send those 3 documents to us.
Yeah,
Yep.
great.
That's not thanks.
For that, thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Great rest of the day. Right, moving on to report people. This is on page 18, the chairperson's report. You'll see there's a whole lot of information there in terms of what we're doing. Are there any questions on the chairperson's report? Because there's a whole lot of different things there. Ruben, just a question from me, from that polystyrene cleanup. Have we consented that people use polystyrene? That can't be right.
No, I don't think so. There are a bunch of permitted crossings where people have used polystyrene as, space fillers.
But it's not.
I'm not aware that we've consented any of those.
Right. Okay. Because I thought, what are we doing there? Because the downstream effects, you can see the pictures there on page 20 of all of them. But anyway, they failed big time, and we're cleaning it up. For those councillors who went to the opening or the blessing at the Papamoa Hills Cultural Regional Park, that was a really good day, and thank you for your attendance there. Look forward to the opening at Matariki, I believe, coming online.
It's not the official opening at Matariki.
Isn't it?
No, it's actually going to be spring.
Okay.
Where the official opening will be. Yeah, the works aren't quite finished.
Right. Thank you. Are there any questions on the chairperson's report? Councillor Needs?
Just the comment on page 32, Mr. Chair, about the fast track process, which is approaching its sunset clause 7 July 2023, which I presume from that date on, there will be no more fast track applications allowed. Is that right?
Yeah.
I just wonder why it was that we can't recover costs for that process, and has that been a significant impost on the regional council?
There's probably two parts to that. So we can recover costs if the panel asks us specific questions. And I think we've seen our role as a bit broader than that, trying to assist the panel in making good decisions. So we have gone through the process of providing a wider range of advice, and we do that cost to the ratepayers. And it has varied across the different fast track applications.
So you've got no ballpark figure as to what that process has cost us?
It would be in the ballpark of a few $1,000s probably each time.
Each time. Thank you.
Ruben, just on that regulated compliance update, the enforcement on page 29, our staff have been busy issuing abatement notices and infringement notices in the last 12 months. And there's 7 matters before the courts in terms of RMA enforcement since March 1, 2023. So, our staff are busy. Councillor McDonald?
Just a matter on 27 and I think on 25 around the Mount Maunganui Air Quality Program.
Yep.
I see we still have not seemed to have made any inroads around the impact of those like health reports. I understand though that Toi Te Ora is supposed to have been presenting a report at the next Mount Air Quality Program meeting. So I guess it's just a heads up for us too that those of us, myself and Councillor Thompson who sit on that, hopefully we can share that report back to our council as well.
Yes, so we're working with Dr. Timler at the moment to try and get a copy of that report for councillors, and we've asked for a briefing for any councillors who are interested, with at the same time as Tauranga City Commissioners. Yes, be confirmed.
Thank you.
Councillor McMillan?
Oh, just on page 24, the MPI Hill Country Erosion Fund, just noting that staff have been putting in kind time. So, yeah, just thanks to staff for that. If I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, we do a lot of advice and support around the Motu.
Yeah.
Councillor Shirley and then Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, again, on page 32, it's the expectation of the replacement consent application for the Whaiau Dam on the Rangataiki.
Yep.
A lot of local concern up there with the rubber aggregation behind the dam,
Yep.
and a feeling that we were out-resourced at the last hearing by the power companies and didn't put up a strong enough defence on some of the background areas there. So I'm just sort of seeking assurance that we're anticipating those applications. They say they want it to be publicly notified, so it will be a hearing. Will we adequately resource it to make sure that we're not outmanoeuvred by the power companies?
I hope so, Councillor Shirley. We've also got conversations happening with those people living in the catchment set already. And so one part is the council's role, but we're also having conversations around how we support people who might want to submit and participate in that process as well.
Yeah, they're pretty angry and fired up about it.
And this is very much on the agenda of the Rangataiki River Forum too, as those consents for those power stations come up. That those forums are well resourced as well to make sure they are heard this time. Any further questions on the chair's report? Oh, Councillor Scott, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, to start on page 27 about the Mount Air Quality, and I had a look at the website, which is
Yep.
And, but I did notice that there was some dodgy air quality around Amanu. Is that when I was looking at it? Is that typical that ebbs and flows, or is there an issue around it? It doesn't show up on the hard copy in Diligent, but it showed up on the website at the time.
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, Councillor Scott, but if you let me know the time, I can have a look. My understanding is we have, when we've had acceptances picked up on our network of monitors, we have generally been able to find sources of those things. Manu, and this is just a suspicion, but we do get in the right conditions, salt spray and things like that can be those monitors.
Which is the other issue. I noticed that we have had an exceedance with salt, and is that or we
in terms of health effects, do you mean? Or
no, in terms of complaints, really is cause us extra. Actually, now I'm looking at the website, that particular thing, the Manu's disappeared back to green. But
yeah. So it will come and go. We haven't had complaints about salt spray. And we have looked at the literature around effects and understand that it's not the concern that, particulates from things like industry are.
And just at the bottom of page 32, after yesterday's presentation from Chiara to the geothermal group, they're now monitoring a number of bores on actual takes rather than just assessments, so that we know that we have a better idea of what's been taken from those bores rather than just a quick assessment. So that's what Mary's been up to. Any further questions on the Chair's report? There's a lot of information there, people. It's just bringing you up to date on what's been happening. We are busy, and yes, there's a lot in strategy and policy and things coming forward. We want to make sure that we're doing the job right in terms of what we've got in our case. But any other questions for Chair's report? Would somebody like? Oh, I'm happy to move the Chair's report for a seconder. Councillor McMillan. Any further discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Carried. Right, moving on to page 34, which is the Seddon pump station. This is going to be presented by Bruce Crabb and Chris Engel. And you've got some resolutions on page 34. Welcome, Bruce. Welcome, Chris. Floor's yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Morena councillors. Wait for this PowerPoint. So it won't be a surprise to anybody that this year has been rather extraordinary for sort of ongoing rainfall right throughout the year, and in fact for the last 13 months. This is an updated draft from the one that was circulated in the agenda, so it's right up to date and provided by our data services team. But what's very notable about this graph is that this dotted line here is the previous average for that site, which is Te Matai, which is just upstream of the Puki Township. The average annual rainfall is about 1.3 metres, and the red trace, which is this year's rain, is just heading for 2.6 metres, so 200% greater rainfall than average for that site. Yeah, apologies for that. So this photo here sort of tells the story. Really, it was taken by the landowner on 29th of December, and this was 11 days after the prior rainfall event. So the rainwater inundation had been cleared, but even 11 days later, you can see the level of the water in the drain is barely below the paddock level. The aim for any pastoral farming is to have the rainwater level at least 600 millimetres below the grass level to enable healthy pasture growth. And you can see in that one there that the water table, even many days after the rainfall, being so close to the actual paddock level. You can see the ponding of water on the left of the photo there, and the pasture quality is very, very poor. And the conclusion of that is that the scheme is not providing the drainage level of service that is required to provide. That's a photo from just last week, so that wasn't a particularly extraordinary rainfall event at all, but very significant inundation in that same catchment area. The proposed pump station location is shown there in the white arrow, and also at the white arrowhead is the operations going on for mobile pumping there. There are 3 mobile pumps at that site, and there's now a 4th one close by, and that intensive mobile pumping activity has been going on there pretty almost continuously for about the last 13 months.
And that's the Kaituna in the background?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman, yes. That operation is extremely resource hungry for staff attending to those pumps, refueling, of course, it's burning diesel fuel. That sort of mobile pumping is fine if it goes on for a week or 2 or 3. But when it goes on for months on end, it's pretty impractical. Concurrently with this pump station project, the regional council is also planning for relocating the Ford Road pump station as part of that resource consent application proposal. There is this proposal for a 2-stage riparian excavation and revegetation to improve water quality going into the pump station. We're proposing for consistency that we should be applying the same thing to this project. It isn't insignificant for the landowner. As you can see there, it's around about 10 to 12 metres wide. The particular length of the drain we're applying it to in this case here would be the blue line, just 2.1 kilometres long. That's the main feeder drain that will be flowing into the pumping station, and we would like your support to apply that riparian planting regime to that drain.
Bruce, the cost of.
Finish first, please.
Sorry, so next is to get the pump station built as quickly as possible so that the pumping in that location can become automated. Obtain ecological assessment of that specific site to make sure that what we're proposing there is appropriate. Once that's established, then implement that 2-stage riparian planting regime as proposed in the diagram that was there. That's all from me, Mr. Chairman.
So just in terms of the cost and capital cost and the ongoing maintenance, so we'll assume that this is a targeted rate like all our other pumping schemes to the beneficiaries. The costs go back to the beneficiaries as opposed to the general public. Is that what we're saying? So it'll be like any other pumping scheme across the region.
That's correct. It's proposed that it be part of the Kaituna Catchment Control Scheme, which has its benefit-based targeted rating system across the whole catchment, so the beneficiaries are paying for the capital and maintenance work.
So just in terms of the fence, I see it's a 2-wire fence. Are we going to upgrade that fence? Because I mean, if the power goes out, it's an electric fence. Is it going to be more substantial than a 2-wire electric fence along that riparian planting? My only concern is that it's.
We can upgrade the fencing.
Yeah.
Compared to the pump and things. We have looked at the planting costs as well. We think we can do that for a reasonable sum and work it into the project cost rather than insist that the landowner pay for that. There will be many side drains to do in the fullness of time, but we think as part of the project of installing a new pump, we should, just as a matter of course, have proper modern riparian management, which is consistent with our last speakers as well as with nature-based solutions.
Councillor Londarelson?
Yeah, so you've shown us the graph and that graph, the increase in the last year is massive. But that's, we all understand that. It's massive actually across a lot of the country. And what's it look like when we take that back and look at it over a 5 or 10-year period? I'm just wondering, are we saying there's a problem here that, because there's a problem, this looks worse than most, but there's probably a problem. There's a lot of problems like that around the country on this year. This year, we're hoping it's not the norm. We've we've come to see it as the norm because it's been happening so frequently in the last 18 months. I'd say more than a year. But actually, if we went back over a 5 or a 10-year cycle, are we overreacting to what looks like an exceptional period, put it that way?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think that might be out of my area of expertise. I apologise. One of the things to also think of is of the effects of the rain is not only the rainfall on the catchment, it's the prolonged elevated river level as a result. And a lot of our low-lying drainage areas rely on gravity outfall as the main discharge of water over and above pumping. And if the rivers stay in that elevated condition, it's sort of a double whammy thing where you're getting way less gravity discharge, so you need more pumping so that the water on those drains paddock stays around for way longer than it otherwise would be.
So my supplementary question is, do you have the support of the whoever is the targeted rate catchment for this? You've got that support from the land, because is it 90-10 or 80-20? I can't remember.
80-20.
80-20.
Yes, it was mentioned at the last River Advisory Group, which some of the councillors were at, in terms of this needing to be addressed. I think if we end up having a few dry years, which would be nice, we just won't be using the flood pump, but we'll probably still be using the base pump for base flows, because of the river levels seem to have changed possibly permanently to a higher level. So the fundamental reason we need to have a pump station there is the gravity drainage is no longer working. And so this particular individual had to remove all the stock from his farm last year, and as you saw from that photo, he's regrassed it, but it's still going underwater. And at the moment, we started off with a flood pump in 2018, was it? So this was the lowest lying farm in that particular scheme. But there's a couple of others that are not far off. So we'll be keeping an eye on those as well, and redeploying pumps as needed. But certainly there were 2 flood pumps placed after the 2018 or 2017, and now they're being used just to an extent that's no longer practical.
You see in the report, Councillor Von Delson, there's 2 pumps going in, a 250 litre a second pump for normal operation and a 1,000 litre a second for those big demands. Well, and it looks as though the 1,000 litre per second one, that's a lot of water. Is that a centrifugal pump, Bruce, or is that a really screw type pump?
They're both submersible
Centrifugals.
Okay.
I've got Councillor Nees, Crosby and McMillan. Councillor Nees.
Thank you. There's been some suggestion from landowners and scheme participants that this has been exacerbated from water coming off the Buckley stormwater. Could you comment on that? And I had heard a suggestion that perhaps Western Bay would be contributing some costs. Is there any truth in that rumour?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, so there's a wider Buckley stormwater project going on involving our engineering team and the Western Bay engineering team, so that is still a work in progress. In short, yes, this is exacerbated by the urban area, and if you speak to the landowners, they're certainly very strong of that view. And the last part of your question regarding the funding, it's probably tidier for the regional council to be funding the project and considering the money and the ongoing maintenance costs through the rating system. That would just be my suggestion.
There's also a rating underway, as you're probably aware, which is intended to build in the urban areas that are industrially residential now more so than they were in the past. So they will end up paying for this.
Just on that, Mr Chair, I've long thought that our reports are not adequate. When we look at the financial implications, the statement that there are no material unbudgeted financial implications and it fits within the allocated budget doesn't really help me. I would have preferred to have had a bit more information about what the actual cost is, the fact that the scheme owners are happy to bear that cost, how it is actually funded, and if it's not programmed expenditure, what will be delivered. So I just do think our financial reports are a little bit skinny.
Today.
Yeah.
Can you answer those questions?
No, can I apologise for when we prepared this report in haste because we wanted, really the primary purpose was to try and get a steer from council on this question of is the riparian part of the pump, because we're in a difficult situation at the moment with NPS freshwater coming out, the whole farm plans thing. We don't want to be putting staff in a position of pumping dirty water, so we do want to do things environmentally in a good way, but we had no direction from council so far to do that. So that was really the environmental side that we wanted. And as I say, I put Bruce in a bit of a tough position about a week ago saying, can you quickly write a report for the agenda, which is very light on financials. We wouldn't want to do that.
But it would be quite helpful for us to know what component of costs, the riparian additional cost that's going to bring to us.
Yeah.
So just in future, I'd really like people to take that on board, please.
Mr Chair, can I just say the photograph there of the pasture, the pattern, it actually highlights why the hearings panel for Plan Change 5 didn't agree with staff on just accepting good management practice. To achieve satisfaction in this sort of situation, you actually do require best management practice. And and you'll note those, so I'm very supportive of planting the riparian plantings that go with that. And there seemed to me to be quite a lack of riparian planting along a lot of those drains in the Kaituna. So it's just, that's an unsatisfactory outcome of what we're looking at there. And that's the reason, I'm just telling you now, we actually were firm on it has to be best management practice in these sensitive catchments. That doesn't mean it has to be everywhere. Your good management might work, but this is a very sensitive catchment.
Thank you. Councillor Crosby and then.
Two questions. One's an obvious one, which you partially answered. Is there headroom in the Kaituna for this at peak flows? And secondly, what modelling scenario did you use? Did you use the new one that takes into account climate change as Rangiuru development had to take into account?
Mr Chairman, the discharge of the station at 1,000 litres per second sounds like a lot, but in relation to the overall flow of the Kaituna River, it's very insignificant.
So there is headroom there. That's the short answer. And the modelling scenario you used?
Well, I don't know that we applied any model. The difference with Rangiuru is that they're having quite a significant discharge down a diagonal drain, which is whole of catchment. This one is only that one farm, so the catchment here is quite contained. The only difficulty for this one farm is, as Councillor Nees mentioned, they're getting a whole lot of runoff from the area around Te Puke, which we are in fact looking at whether some of that can be rediverted to alternative catchments as well, but we haven't quite done that yet, and this is just an urgent one.
So there was, through you, Chair, a major modelling of that whole catchment from Bell Road right all the way through. Where has that actually landed?
This is when we need Mark Townsend in the room.
You don't have to answer it now, but just.
Yeah, I believe that the modelling for Bell Road's complete, so we do have a water or hydraulic model for that catchment. And that's what we're now using for the stormwater and Te Puke, the modelling there, which guides urban development decisions and that sort of thing.
Just again, last question, observation, and I'm sure the Western Bay constituent members are over this more than I am, but the feedback I get, there seems to be more and more of these band-aid type issues popping up. Increasing capacity and flood pumps all over the place. Is that sustainable moving forward?
I think
as opposed to some alternative.
It's a symptom of the terrible year we've been having with rainfall, persistent rainfall events. We're all hoping it might cease at some point, and as John Adelson said, we might end up with completely different weather next year or the year after. At this point, we're reacting because of service, so we have a duty of care to that particular farmer to make sure that they can actually farm that land. But on the other side of that same coin, we are aware that sometimes the water quality isn't what we might like it to be, and so we do think that we have to take responsibility as a region and do these projects in an environmentally responsible way. So that's why we came to you today, to just test that and ensure that we have the council's support for, just in case the landowner says, no, I'm not doing the planting, we can say, well, you must. That's really.
And that water is tested occasionally from the drain?
Well, we have an ecologist coming in to just give us advice, as he's done for the Ford Road pump station project. At the moment, it's sitting under a permitted activity rule, so we just need to double check with the ecologist that we can meet that permitted activity rule with the proposal as it is.
Councillor McMillan.
Yeah, thanks. Support the riparian planting. I guess it's a bit of a follow-on from Councillor Crosbie's point in terms of it's the very juxtaposition that we have in council of drained wetlands and pumping water out of them to keep them drained at the same time, managing freshwater and biodiversity outcomes and sort of balancing the two, as you've just said. Is there a piece in this whole movement where there's a conversation about, with climate change and with long-term outcomes, the viability of, as Stuart said, sort of adding more pumps, and how long can that farmer expect to farm there? And so, in terms of our responsibility, are we starting to have conversations about land use change in part of that sort of strategy and evolution piece, or do we simply say, well, it's going to need a bigger pump? If you're prepared in the catchment to pay the targeted rate for that, we can make it happen for you. And what does that look like? And do we need to, do we need to face reality a little bit more, with a little bit more clarity for those farmers?
That's a very big question, Councillor.
I know.
Yeah, I think the answer is yes, we are looking at those things, trying to look at them anyway through a long-term strategic lens. And Mick Newman, who's doing the climate change work, has been involved in these discussions as well. Where we got to on this particular case was that yes, it's not down next to an estuary where you've got saltwater intrusion and that sort of thing, so it is viable for pastoral farming for a period of time, but that might not be forever. What I would suggest that council thinks about is whether we do need a strategy through the long-term plan, perhaps, of looking at so what is the future of this sort of landscape, and I don't know whether it would be a rivers and drainage person who would do that work, or perhaps someone else in the council, or even a consultant. But I think that sort of work does have to be looked at more strategically. And at the moment, we do have to meet our levels of service until they change, so.
Can I ask a supplementary? So that's to do with the blue carbon, salt marsh, etc. And I know we're doing a lot of work in that space around, you know, the viability of, you know, carbon capture credits, whatever. I suppose I'd like to see a link up of land use change, strategy, approach, and options, so that they're all talking to each other and that we can actually have real conversations with real farmers in these spaces about, here's some opportunities. You know, sometimes it might just be straight retirement, it's just not viable to get the freshwater to Manawatu outcomes. And here's some other opportunities, and that we're actually maybe leading in that space. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Shirley and then Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, just leading on, following on, thanks, Chairman. I think that is the big question. Is this the new norm? And where's that balance going to be? What's between viable farming and sort of managed retreat? And it really goes back to Councillor Dardilson's question, and I don't think we really got an answer. And that's how much of an alpha sequence year have we had? My understanding, we've got 70 years of rainfall around Te Puke, good records, and I can't recall, but it was something like this year is almost 50% higher than any other year in 70 years of record. So it's unlikely to be the new norm. Hopefully it's not. So we've got to be careful we get that balance right and don't overreact and sort of go into downward spiraling, spin and abandon everything. Because you've got to realise that the generation of wealth that comes from this land and the farming that's produced, the same as sort of the Stockmark argument. You know, that's the counterfactual is the wealth and the benefit for society that's generated from it. But we've got to just have a better understanding of what the expectation is and where that line is, because it's senseless. Pumping groundwater is just senseless when it's at those levels.
I am reminded of the discussion on Friday, and not all of you were there, but Councillor Winters was there at the strategy group meeting, and Councillor Leader as well. And at that group, that meeting, I was required to work with the Lakes District Council General Manager Stavros Michael to set up a working group to look at climate change, and it was focused on the lakes. But you'll recall that the water level in Kaituna is set by the discharge from Lake Rotoiti. So that's why we're actually here talking about this. Is the lakes are full, they're discharging twice as much water. I don't know if it's twice as much, but a lot more water than usual down the river. The levels are about half a metre higher than we would expect. But we don't know if that's going to happen next year or not. I think Bruce is looking behind him to see if any other staff are brave enough to tell you what's going to happen next year, but I'm not.
But we had that back in the 70s. There was a period where the lakes were at a slightly higher level. And I think it was sort of 2 to 3 years before they actually went down. Well, no, that's the ones, the Rotomara.
Yeah, Rotoiti.
The others too do have the upflow.
So that's all we have to work on, what's happened in the past.
And the Okere Gate, which control the level of Lake Rotoiti Road, they've been fully open for the last 6 months to try and keep the levels. And so that's the effect on the Kaituna. Okay, Councillor Campbell and then White. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Just as an observation, and as you know, for about the last 8 months, I've been travelling regularly along these roads, and when you come down to the Pukenina turnoff for a start, that's when you see a whole lot of water in paddocks. And I'm not a farmer. My last 50 years I've spent at the other end of farming, and that's not the bottom end, I have to say. But what I'm saying to you is, I think that there's a hell of a lot of and looking at this paddock here, it's obviously had a lot of water on it, but just the intensification of animals on those lands now is really starting to show. And I'll give you an example. Last night coming home at the end of Papamoa on the hill there, those cows were in that paddock when I went to council yesterday morning, but they were still there and they're up to their teats in mud.
And
That's on Hill.
they're still there this
And they're
morning.
still there this morning. So that's just one comment. But what I have noticed in driving the Eastern Bypass is that, and I cycled it only the other day out to Papamoa, there's more water on the left hand, on the western side of the Kaituna now, and then particularly in around Bell Road. I know a little bit of Bell Road. I used to duck shoot in there as a very young kid with my uncle. And the amount of water that is actually on that side of the road is a hell of a lot more than on the right hand side, which a couple of years ago was just the opposite. The eastern side was always flooded. And so, yeah, I think we've got to be a little bit careful about throwing the baby out with the bathwater, if you want to call that. But I think, some management from farmers too, because I always, like I always say about some of the biggest farmers I knew in Taniaka, for instance, had 100 cows. Now they've got 300 cows in the same block of land. So, just got to be a little bit mindful of that. And I'm sorry, as farmers, I've got to be a little bit careful. I'm sitting amongst it all here, but hey,
It's all right.
it's just, just let's get it all in perspective. I totally agree with what Ken is saying. We might be all up in Kawerau next year talking about wildfires. So that's just what we've got. And we've seen floods like this before, and the Kaituna before, I can tell you that now as a kid. So thank you for that.
Question from councillor White.
Yeah, just in response to councillor Shirley and around, is this a new norm or not? Listening to the conversations from John and Tom and lots of raft of other conversations in this space would suggest that change is here. And to ignore it, I think we ignore it at our peril. And we must at least plan for a new norm, because the cost to human endeavour and human life is significant, as we're already seeing. We can't gamble with that. So I'm absolutely supportive of treating it like it's a new norm, and not trying to necessarily. And I'm not saying you're trying to dilute it. I'm saying we can examine whether it's a new norm. We can try and look at information and data that suggests it's not a new norm, or is it a new norm? But I think what we're seeing now and the expectations of community out there, that it's absolutely a new norm on the table right now. And so my view is very solidly, we treat it as a new norm. I agree with the management proposals that we actually focus on how we manage within the concept of a new norm. And make adjustments where necessary. But that's my view, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to really put it on the table so that it's not lost in our discussions at all around the challenges we do face and how we might treat this issue. But I think we've got to take a very real approach to dealing with it as a new norm.
Thank you, councillor White. And Nick Newman's in the background. He's going to be presenting to us straight after morning tea, Nick. And you've heard the conversations about whether it's normal or a new normal, or is it just a cycle? So you might want to bring some of your knowledge to that debate today as well. But let's deal with the matter in hand, people. Are there any more questions? No. Oh, councillor Thurston.
Chairman, in terms of the recommendations coming up, are you going to pick up on councillor Nees's comment about requesting more detailed financial information and further requests such as this?
I think you were talking about in future reports.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we can.
That could be managed perhaps as a comment.
Thank you.
I don't think resolution councillor staff have spoken under involvement, and I'm happy to proceed with the resolutions on page 34 if somebody would like to move. Councillor Thurston, seconded by Councillor White. So the riparian planting will be as per the diagram. And probably a better fence than a 2-wire. Let's do it properly as opposed to okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'll put that resolution on page 34. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, motion is carried. Thank you for that. And we're going to have a 15-minute break for morning tea, and we will be back, Amanda. 11:35, please.
I might have missed it.
Okay, welcome back. We're on page 41 with Newman and Natishni. Welcome along. Climate Change Quarterly Report, page 41. Nick, you have a PowerPoint presentation, I believe so?
No, through your chair, I was planning to talk to the report.
Right.
So I'll do a process of the report, work through the report, and take questions from there on our quarterly report.
So the report's on page 41. Just in terms of questions from me first, 43. Oh, go, yeah, you present first and then we'll come back. Yep.
For sure. So this is part of our quarterly report, highlights from the program for the last quarter. Would you like any reflections from the previous presenters now or later?
Yes.
Okay.
Some time.
Should we do that first?
Do that first while it's fresh.
I guess just in terms of just so you know that we are, in terms of nature-based solutions in the Forest and Bird presentation, we're already having a lot of internal conversations about that. So that presentation involving where you're looking at going as well. So lining up with those things. I just thought I'd let you know that's going on. In terms of the previous conversation that you've just had. So disclaimer, I'm not a meteorologist or a climate scientist, but what I can tell you is what we know in terms of our the projections that NIWA did for our region. The 2019 NIWA report predicted that extreme rainfall events could be up to 3 times more likely with climate change for our region. You go from 1.7 to 3 times more likely depending on what happens with emissions. A couple of other things. Page 148, I believe, if your agenda has got information from rainfall. What that shows is that in the last 16 years, we've had 3 very big swings from wet to dry. We've only matched up with, I think 1960 was another big peak in rainfall. So there's some, I guess there's some evidence or data there that we're starting to see these big swings more frequently that would line up with what NIWA was projecting for our region. And of course, we've got a warmer atmosphere. It's going to hold more water. We've got warmer oceans. That's going to be more energy is getting driven off those oceans into these slope flows. So I guess like the conversation you've had, we're watching, we're seeing what happens. Is it going to pan out as predicted, or is it going to be something more? Yeah, I guess that's my reflection on that conversation. And you've got some data there, which I'm sure you'll get to in one of the other reports. So this is Natishni Natish, who is my new program coordinator. You won't have met her before, so she's in terms of the report. So I will work through the highlights of that report for you and happy to take questions and discussion. So the first thing from this period, as you know, we've launched the Future Fit tool in partnership with our territorial authorities. That's that simple web-based tool for having a go at figuring out your own carbon footprint. So the purpose of this is really to give individuals some tools to understand their impact on the planet and reflect on that, some things they might be able to do about it. So we've launched it with the TAs, been promotions going on across the region. We're also working backwards with Auckland Council, who developed the tool to ensure that we can get good data out of it. So when I wrote this report, which was about 3 weeks ago now, there were 1,000 people who completed carbon footprints in the region doing that. So that's the latest data we've had. So the purpose of this is to give that individual agency to people.
Hands in the Bay of Plenty.
The second highlight I wanted to bring to your attention was our regional risk assessment. If you remember, we presented this to Strategy and Policy Committee. Then it was released from the Mayoral Forum April. So the mayors, I think, responded well to the risk assessment and realised it's a really useful, baseline, comprehensive piece of information for our region. So we've all got a similar piece to start from. The next step from that was As a technical staff working group, we were going to go back and then look at what each individual council was doing that lined up with that risk assessment to come back to the mayors. So 11th of August, there will be a joint report from all of the territorial authorities and from us going through a forum. Going to look at what each council is doing in response to the risk assessment. We're going to put together what we know of what the sectors are doing. We're going to reflect that ourselves and how we're reflecting on working together around this. So the mayoral forum will get a picture of what's happening in the region that responds to the regional risk assessment. So I think that's a really positive way forward, and I think it aligns with some of that central government direction you might have got at Committee Māori about how things might flow down from the regional risk assessment. So I think that with the third highlight from the region, probably from the quarter, is a project we've been doing with an environmental consultancy called ECOS, which is about our staff being able to think about the ETS as being another incentive to do politics in our region, especially those. So this project has involved 3 pieces. We've done some business cases, for examples. I've used our Papamoa Health as an example for that. There's guidance material now for our ICM staff. There's been training workshops for our ICM staff. So they're up to date with the ETS, and they can have conversations about the ETS when they're negotiating with landowners. And that the work that we've done on Papamoa Hills means that the next time we talk to you about our organisational carbon footprint, we'll be able to talk to you not just about our emissions, but also about the insetting we're doing at Papamoa Hills. So there'll be some positives on the side of the ledger as well. Yeah, exactly. So that's I think that's a really positive thing that can help shape our future as well in terms of net zero. The fourth highlight from the region, if you want to put up that picture, Amanda, that would be neat. In terms of our community-led funding, you know about the project and what they have done. The second project we funded, Ngāti Whakaui, Tama Whāreua, they featured in a Radio New Zealand article which I've referenced in the paper about managed retreat, and I guess their perspective on that being a conversation that they think needs to be had. Their project is progressing well. We've got 3 new projects. This is from Sunday. So Sunday was at the kick-off workshop for the Motuboa Island Trust. So this is a photo of some of the people there. We had about 25 or 30 people at the initial workshop. So this is their island of Mokoroa in Harbour. For those of you who don't know, they are facing a number of climate hazards, coastal erosion being the predominant one. And so this was the start of their project, trying to understand about what's coming, what are their values, how do those things intersect. We've got another community project kicking off with Waihi Beach Surf Club in a few days' time. They've already started doing background work, so we're going to be supporting them. So I think I just put this up because this is the grassroots where it happens, the people in place, thinking about their place, what are the changes to the environment that are happening, how can they start to be part of that solution development. So I think that's really where the rubber hits the road. It's the people in their place, changes to that place. Happy to take questions about that. Oh, I did reference in the report that 2 other regional councils are looking at the model that we've established with this community-led adaptation initiative. So those, that's Northland and Nelson, that are both considering this for the future. The highlight for the region is the Regional Energy Transition Accelerator Programs. The Bay of Connections have been working closely with ECA on this. This is about those medium and large energy users and how they might be able to transition to other forms of energy in our region. So there was an initial workshop, 28th of March. Now ECA are going to do a whole lot of work on things like demand assessments, and they're going to look back to all those energy suppliers in August. So this is about moving from we know this needs to happen to actually how can those big energy users transition to alternative forms of energy. Are those forms of energy even available? What's the demand going to be? What's the supply situation? Related to that, in terms of working with business, the sixth thing, tomorrow we have a workshop at Papamoa Surf Club, hosted by us and Bay of Connections, which is looking at circular economy. And so it's an organisation called X Labs, which is going to run a workshop with some practical tools for how businesses can map out their supply chain, identify ways within their steps within their supply chain where they can start to design waste out of it. And this is a bit of a taster to see what the demand there is for businesses for this sort of initiative. And as an example, I think Whakatauri Mussels are one of the coming to that as an example. And this is about that thing about moving on from, we know we need to get waste out of our systems to how do we actually do it, moving from the problem to the solution. And the seventh one of what the report is about our blue carbon building blocks, which relates to the second presenter today. Last time we presented the mapping to you, the mapping of potential for our region of blue carbon. The second part of that is what's the carbon actually stored in those habitats. So 3 core samples were done in Tauranga Harbour and Saltmarsh habitat. Those core samples are going to be analysed by the ESR, and by the end of the year we'll have information on the carbon stored in those habitats.
By the end of the year?
By the end of the year, yeah. Also, we're continuing to join up with others who are doing work in this space, and we're lobbying central government to try and hurry up and get us a blue carbon framework that can help us incentivise this stuff, because this stuff's expensive, and as the conversation we had earlier, that the land that this is on, currently it's industrial use, is highly productive, it's valuable land. We're not going to give up that valuable land if there's not some way we can use market levers to incentivise that, so there's a return for landowners as well. We can't just afford to keep buying land for small marshes. And of course, we know that's got the coastal resilience stuff as well, so there's the double whammy with the other part of our report, we've included a dashboard in there with a list of all the projects, not just the ones we've highlighted in the report. And just one last thing since I wrote this report, the Sustainable Homes Program is a component of that. The dashboard you see says 103 homes supported. It's now 153 low income homes that have been supported through that initiative.
So that's across the Bay of Plenty?
That's across the Bay of Plenty, yeah. That's a brief whistle stop through the report, and very happy to take questions and discussion.
Thank you, Luke. Questions, Councillor Nees?
Firstly, thanks for the great report. It's great to hear about the progress. The report that's going to the Mayoral Forum, collating what all of the councils are doing and what business is doing, will that be able to come to us as well?
Oh, for sure. In terms of we can bring that, we can basically incorporate that in the next monitoring and ops. So that's basically a progress. The progress on that, we can just bring it across.
That's great. To be awesome to see the like a snapshot of what everybody's
Absolutely.
doing. All fits together.
And everybody's at different, all the PAs are at different stages. So it's not going to be apples with apples, but it'll be what it is.
Yeah, no, that's great. And the other thing is on page 43. You made a note that we're reassessing the transport emission reduction plan. So what do you mean by that? Are we still going to be doing it, or are we changing the way that we're doing it?
Yep, for sure. So what we're doing, and it's the transport team that are doing this, is stepping back and going, what's the best thing we can do for a transport emissions reduction plan? Given that since it's been initiated, all these things have changed with the VKT target that's coming in for various, some councils and not others. There's another emissions reduction plans coming, another GPS. The sands keep on shifting, no? So what's the best thing we can do in terms of emissions reduction plan for the region? So they'll basically step back and go, what's the best way to go forward?
But we will have to deliver one of these, won't we?
We don't have to deliver one, but we will deliver one. I guess that's the.
It's just how.
It's just how. What's the most value we can get out of it when everybody's all parts of the region are doing slightly different things. And we've got different targets. There are multiple targets that the team are working with.
We do have targets, so in our regional land transport plan, and I presume we need to be doing some work to signal how we're going to achieve them.
I think that the alignment, the way that the TERP could feed into the RLTP is the key piece. So it's just been making sure that instead of investing a lot of money in doing this, when the goalposts have shifted, make sure that it's the right thing to do.
That, Nick, as I've seen, Milton's got a whole lot of electric buses being built in Auckland. Are we able to get some of that information to our PT committee or as part of that number 2?
I'll pass that on to the transport team, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the bus decarbonisation study is a key bit of that.
Yeah,
right? Yeah, for sure.
Councillor McMillan and then Scott. Councillor McMillan.
Well, thanks, Nick. So page 43, number 4, the land use planning results in emissions reduction and adaptation. So how much traction do you get in that space? Because I mean, this is really, really, really significant. And I suppose my worry is that it's if you're not granted enough teeth in this space, there could be token sort of nods to this, but not reality. And
Yeah, I understand the question through you. Yeah. Moving back to an earlier conversation, the more support from councillors in the space, the better. We know that the smart growth is very well advanced. It's been in process for a number of years. So we've been really pushing those climate resilient development principles throughout our engagement there, and saying they need to be up front in the design phase. They need to be right up front, and things flow from there. So designing emissions reduction, resilience to climate change, and integrating biodiversity, integrating those at the very front of spatial planning. So that's the message that we've been doing. But you're right; it has to be has to kind of be at all levels. I think in terms of influence and being up front.
Yeah, and do you find with the other TLAs in the Bay of Plenty region that you all have a bit of impact, collective impact in that area in terms of pushing this through, or does it vary?
Everyone's in different places.
Yeah.
Everyone's in different places for sure.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I'm interested. I mean, you're incredibly busy looking at page 52. But what I'm interested in is understanding what each of these projects costs. I mean, I'm going to be asked shortly to do budgeting for upcoming annual and long-term plans and so on. So I'd be interested in being able to work out a cost benefit. What are the reports showing? Where do they end up? Is that possible to deliver? It should be costed.
They are costed, of course they're costed.
Yeah, but it's not visible to us. I haven't got any visibility over it, that's what I'm saying, I suppose. It's within budget. But
yeah. So I think the version of the dashboard that you have shows the cost of each project. I believe does it all
right on towards the right hand side. Is it not on the diligent?
No.
We can give you the version that's got it's got cut off.
Probably need an A4 as opposed to on diligent because it's
I see there.
It's page 52. Yeah.
No, that's right off the edge.
But the interesting is the bus decarbonisation stuff isn't.
So what we're showing here is ones that have been funded under the climate change budget, but we can easily add in the row that shows the other ones that are funded through other activities. Yeah, that's no problem. That information.
It's sort of a asterisk to say that it's funded through the public transport system or whatever. Yeah, it's funds from other avenues.
Yeah, for sure.
And then the balancing part of that is understanding the benefits that comes out of each of these things. So if you measure, I mean, sometimes the benefit is not a dollar amount, but to have a headline, this was the benefit we got. Be in your reports that each of these generated.
Yeah. Give that some thought how to do that.
Yeah.
Councillor McDonald.
Nick, just a,
Yeah, go on. You're right.
just a question to you, Nick.
Yeah.
Around the community-led adaptation, and particularly, and I'm referring to marae. What is your level of participation in that? And where do you actually fit in? Where in that whole thing of the community?
Sure. So through you, Chair, it varies by project. So I guess what we've tried to do is enable this to be community-led, not council-led. So the Makatu project in Ngāi Taumawhārewa, they've led that themselves. We've been to one of the Makatu workshops to help them with sharing of our information. So that's an example. The Mokoko Island one, I'm helping them with that project. They've also got a connection with EDP for the Waihi Beach Surf Club. We're going to be helping them more directly. I've got half-time climate resilience advisor going to work with me, and she'll be supporting that project. So it really depends on the project and that they want or need from us.
Okay, so in most of those cases, then the approach has been made to you, not vice versa.
I haven't gone to any of these projects. That's, I guess, the point with this is through relationships. They've come to us and said, we're ready to start an adaptation conversation. Can you support us? So we're not driving, we're not the initiator. The initiator is the community.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is. And the reason I raise that is that I'm aware of 3 marae in Tauranga Moana that are low-lying and sit right on the harbour. And I guess hence my question, how did you get involved? And obviously the reaches come from outside, but I'm just wondering if it's possible for us to reach out to provide assistance to them and around having, they're going to have to start looking. I don't want to say managed retreat at this point, although I've spoken to one of the marae who are very keen and looking at that. I guess it's then, do we wait for them to come to us, or are we able to reach out given we have information that will help them in the determination of managed retreat about 10, 20 years down the track. So just what do you think?
I guess when we initiated this project in the long-term plan conversations, we thought a key factor in this is community readiness. Community's being ready to start that conversation. That's, I guess, why we set it up like this, the drive becomes the community. But it's a bit chicken and egg. If we've got contacts in communities who are starting to have those conversations, then we can let them know that we've got the support available. So I think that's the way forward.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, thank you, Nick. There's a resolution on page 41 that we received the report, climate change quarterly report. So if somebody like to move, please. Councillor McMillan, Councillor Scott. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. And carried. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Natishni. Thank you, Natishni. Okay, moving on to our next one on 53, which is the freshwater farm plan regulation implementation. Jackson, welcome along.
Good afternoon, councillors.
It is read.
It is read. No presentation, sorry.
No presentation.
So just a couple of weeks ago, the regulations were gazetted by the government. We've been waiting for them for quite a while. We pulled together a quick paper summarising the key points. the council role in implementation.
Yep.
And the main thing I want to emphasise, especially after the conversations today, is that in our catchments or freshwater management units that need those really significant levels of contaminant reduction, this national farm plan system won't be enough to achieve that scale of reduction that's required. So we will need to have additional regional plan rules and controls, and the farm plan won't achieve the scale of reduction in places like Waihi Estuary and Makatū, where we know we might need 50 to 70% nitrogen or E. coli reductions. And that way, there's a close link to the Central Freshwater Program strategy and policy what's coming over the next couple of years.
So, question from me, Jackson. Waikato and Southland off the rank for this, and we are 2025. Did I read that?
Yeah, we don't know exactly. Sometime between mid 2024 and the end of 2025. We have a strong preference to be towards the later end. So our regional plan is a bit more drafted, and we have those additional regulations and provisions kind of established, so the farmers don't have to do it twice or have a shifting goalpost.
So 3,000 farm plans for Bay of Plenty to be audited and reassessed every 5 years. So that sort of says to me 600 a year. And so how are we going to stagger the start? And because you don't want 3,000 farms coming to you day one, ready to go. How are we going to stagger this over the 5 years so it's a rolling workload as opposed to everybody on 1 July, whatever?
Yeah. So we have a little bit of discretion to help MFE decide to switch on the regulations by freshwater management unit. If we knew that the high change freshwater management units, the sensitive ones, we're going to have extra controls, we might choose to phase those towards the end.
Yep.
Whereas the hold the line, good management practices, probably okay type catchments, we could start those sooner, as we know they won't have a transition ahead of them when we notify our new regional plan in 2024.
Because you could with plan change 10 in Rotorua, is that a sort of an option to take that one first, because we've done so much work in that catchment, aka resource consents or incorporate the Ruwhakauru farmers, because they're all well into their freshwater farm plans on a voluntary basis. Is that an option as well, start in the Rotorua catchment?
Yeah, it's a question of equivalency, whether the current nutrient management plans align with what the national regulation requires. And so ideally, those farmers shouldn't have to do anything until their existing nutrient management plans expire. We wouldn't want to have to bring in an extra layer of complexity onto their current consented. So they're probably ahead of the game compared to other parts of the region.
So they could be last on the list.
That'd be the recommendation. Yeah.
So have we got an understanding of how many farmers already have environmental farm plans or freshwater farm plans, or whatever you want to call them?
Yeah, so we know that within, for example, the Fonterra dairy sector, around about 90% of Fonterra farmers have a Tiaki farm plan. We don't know exactly yet how equivalent or how it will transition to the freshwater farm plan. MFE is working really closely with Fonterra, and we're watching closely how Southland and Waikato will determine that assessment. Within other sectors like horticulture, we know that there's the New Zealand GAP program, which is a type of environmental compliance. But again, it might not go quite far enough to meet these regulations, so there'd have to be a transition over time to meet the regulation. And the dry stock sector, there's probably less uptake of farm plan systems today.
Councillor White, Scott, and then McMillan, and Councillor Needs. Councillor White.
You mentioned the Waihi Estuary, for example, as an example of being a bit of a problem faced in the context of meeting certain obligations. Can you just explain it a little more?
So if we think about all our different freshwater management units, some of them, we can break them into low, medium and high contaminant reductions required to meet community aspirations or ecological health. And so Waihi would be up there with one of the most sensitive environments that needs the highest percentage reduction in nitrogen, sediment, phosphorus, E. coli. And so a national regulation to raise farming to good management practice and a little bit beyond wouldn't achieve that in a sensitive place.
Councillor Scott?
Yeah, just sort of following on a bit from the chair, the build up to this is huge from what I can see. So I don't think, I think there'll be a challenge when you talk about equivalency, which you mentioned with current plans. When I look at the regulations, I see section 4, they talk about context, challenges and values. So it's more than just usage. And then the expectations of training the certifiers is really huge. And then the expectations of training the auditors. So there's a huge, quite apart from start date and then getting them actually to do it, there's a huge build up we have to do. So the middle of next year, that's just heroic, isn't it?
Mr. Chair, it is a massive thing. The catchment context, challenges and values information that we have to provide to the farmers and the farm certifiers has largely been developed through our Central Freshwater Program. So that's the freshwater management unit stories that you might have heard about at the recent engagement events. The endorsement and training of the certifiers and auditors will have a national element. So the company Assured Quality has been contracted to create the accreditation framework. And so a lot of, at least probably half of the administration will happen externally of the council, I assume, through these kind of national drafting dates on minimum competencies that certifiers would have to have. And then the council might follow on top with a little bit of training to make sure the regional values are understood in the different catchments.
But the regs require, for instance, iwi to be involved with the training. So it's more, you won't be able to do that at national, you'll be doing it at perhaps sub catchment level.
Yeah, it's a question of scale. And so if we think about the Central Freshwater Work Program identifying Mahinga Kai values and aspirations for different waterways, that's the information that will feed in. And by plenty, the dates that this will be required over might not allow us to engage specifically on this system with every single part of the community, but we know that's happening at the best pace possible through the Central Freshwater Program.
Councillor McMillan and then Nees.
Hello, Jackson. Just on page 59, you talk about some new dedicated freshwater farm plan positions may be required. Are we going to need to start thinking about that in the funding?
Yeah, I think we'd like to put a case forward for some support for the system.
Okay.
For the long-term planning process.
Okay, and just another question. So you mentioned about the sensitive catchments in the BAU catchments that kind of not so bad, and the suggestion that we could work on the low-hanging fruit ones first. I wonder whether we should in fact do the opposite to get freshwater outcomes. Work on that. I know it's harder to work on difficult catchments, but if we're looking at the end game, maybe we need to. I don't know. It's just. I'm just thinking aloud, but.
Through Mr. Chair, we haven't exactly decided, and that could be an option. We just want to imagine the time it takes to develop a farm plan and the potential expense for those farmers, and have another layer of complexity and regulation being notified with our new regional plan at the end of 2024. We really want those things to align. It's only a couple of years, so
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Councillor Nees.
I thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you for the very informative and detailed report you provided in the links. I actually followed one of the links to see the regulatory impact assessment, and I've got to say I'm appalled appalled at it because it seems to say it's not going to cost us much at all. These things, they say things like the specification of outcomes and the regulations should not add significant additional costs to regional councils. And it's all low and medium, low to medium cost. And if that's an example of how they do their impact assessment and decide whether or not they're going to do something which gives us an unanticipated burden to deliver on the new legislation, I can understand why local government is really struggling under this burden.
This is going to be a huge burden for regional councils right across the country. I mean,
Sorry,
we've got
sorry.
3,000 of these puppies to.
I just had to have a win. I'm sorry about that.
Plans for another, so we have nothing else to do, will we, right?
Councillor needs.
That's all, I was whinging.
The whinging's allowed. Councillor Shirley?
Yes, I always look at regulations and go to the penalties. I see Schedule 1B of the regulation, got a standard $1,500 fine for a whole raft of infringements. My first point is, this is going to cost farmers a fortune in terms of certifiers, orders. You know, farmers are busy, their business is farming. They're going to have to get 6 consultants in, so this is a consultant agreement, the policy. So the auditors, the certification, the processing, it'd be cheaper to take the risk of getting caught and not do it, the first point. The second point is, I presume the regional councils are going to have to, under the Resource Management Act, so all the enforcement is going to be on the regional councils.
Right.
That is a huge, huge block of effort and cost.
Relationships.
Yeah. Just extraordinary.
So through you, Mr. Chair, one of the roles you'll see for council is to develop our compliance monitoring and enforcement strategy for this system. And I guess unlike any other rules to date, this is quite an external workforce to the council where that non-compliance will be potentially referred back to the council so we can operate under our functions. And we don't have many other regulations that operate in that way. So there's a compliance, a CMS strategy that will need to be developed on how we regulate the farm plans.
So, Chairman Lee.
Thanks, Chair. So despite the demise or the challenges, I mean, this is about pragmatism. And sitting behind some of this is the likes of Fonterra and the Tiaki farm plan. The proposal is that a lot of those, what they call them farm dairy advisors or whatever they call them, are likely to become certifiers. Okay? So it cuts down the administrators and the layers. The issue about who then becomes auditors is a little bit different. May have to be an external party. So we've got to utilise the existing systems we've got. That's why I've always advocated that entities like regional councils need to get closer to the processes, not just the industry good bodies, but the processes, because that's where the compliance from an international marketing point of view, that's where the rub starts to take place. So they're going to put these things in place. The challenge, as Jackson has rightly said, it's not with dairy, it's not with horticulture, it's with sheep and beef. Because the sheep and beef sector is much more disparate in terms of the supply agreements and arrangements that they have. But you'd have to say, outside the intensive finishing component of sheep and beef, which is essentially on the high value lower land, it's not really a big risk, and that will probably be at the tail end of the consideration rather than being at the front end. But it will cost regional councils in terms of resourcing more than what you've got at the moment.
Yeah.
You're going to have to utilise the industry processes to help you through the process.
Okay.
Is there an opportunity for auditors to be a business centre for us?
The certifier and auditor roles sit outside of the regional council's function as the way the rules are written. So a company, for example, like QCons that does auditing in the dairy shed space might pick up large scale contracts to do auditing on the farm plan system.
it doesn't preclude, I mean, it just says that a regional council must appoint an auditor. So it could be an internal auditor, correct?
The farmer appoints their auditor, so the farmer would get the discretion to choose. We could set up as an auditing body, but other people could as well. The farmer would have to be able to.
If we want them to be appointed.
Any other questions to Jackson?
Exactly.
Thanks for the report. It's really useful for us going forward and for the industry. And I'm sure farmers are well aware of what's coming down the pipeline to them. So we just have to be front footing and supportive. And I think we have to remind them every now and then this is Crown's doing this. We're not doing this. We are the enabler or whatever you like to call it. Meat in the sandwich is probably a better. There's a resolution on page 53, and there's a whole lot of reading document there too, people on the regulations in terms of what the Crown has agreed to. There's a recommendation that we receive the report from Jackson on the phone. Another mover, Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Nins. Any further discussion of that resolution? All those in favour, please say aye. Carried. Thank you, Jackson. And keep the comms open with us. A really important work stream for us going forward. Okay, the next resolution, the next item on the agenda is the forestry compliance, and we've got Fraser Tolman. And Fraser, you have a presentation for us.
Mr. Chair, kia ora councillors, called Fraser Tolman, tōku ingoa. I do have a presentation. It's essentially the maps that we use for the risk assessment. They can be viewed at a better scale.
Copies of those.
Yeah. So I'm happy to breeze through that. So I'm the team leader for the forestry portfolio. I also look after dairying and earthworks, so the primary sector. At the last meeting of this committee, the questions put to Alex Miller were, as I interpreted, that yourselves wanted reassurance that we didn't have a Gisborne type event hiding in the hills somewhere. And I guess reassurance that where we do identify risk, that we have processes in place to monitor that. Hopefully the report goes some way to answering those questions, but I'd also like to, Chair, through you, touch on a few key points and then take any questions as required.
And welcome along to Matt as well, our new compliance manager.
I'm the new Alex Miller.
Okay. So carry on, Fraser, and then your questions at the end of your presentation. Sure. So these maps, you've got them all in Diligent anyway, but
so hopefully there was a picture in there showing the erosion susceptibility map. The traffic light, red, orange, yellow, green, and I think that's probably the stark contrast for me between the risk profile that we have for forestry activities in the Bay of Plenty versus what they have over the hill in Tairāwhiti. So as a percentage of all of the Bay of Plenty land area in forestry, 0.2% of that is what is classed as red zone. It's about 12.5 to 13% of the red zone in Tairāwhiti, and they have 74% of the total forest area in red zone across the whole country. So quite different scales of risk. We do have areas of red zone, and that was partly while we undertook the risk assessment, we did a bit of a geospatial analysis. We essentially took red zone, where it was planted in forestry, where it was in close proximity to major rivers, where those rivers intersected state highway bridges, and where they may be within proximity to settlements or communities. And so we came up with three sites out of that risk assessment, and I provided the previous compliance ratings for those sites in the paper. They've since been visited in the last month, some of them twice, and I'm happy to provide an update on the compliance ratings for those. So the three sites that were visited, I think two of them were consented sites, which points to a higher risk profile, and then one of them was a permitted activity site, but it was within 500 metres of a state highway bridge, so I grouped it in there.
Try it again.
Try it again.
Okay.
So you'll see there's red zone in the Western Bay, Matakana Island. It's essentially through the soil type as opposed to any gradient. There's a few areas dotted around the lakes, again, mainly based on soil type rather than gradient or erosion. And then the one in the Eastern Bay, which is one forest, the Oreti Forest, it's under one management company or ownership of one company, which provides benefit. And then there's a few little smatterings right up against Cape Runaway. So the three properties that we had on there, Oreti Forest, previously inspected as being compliant. We've since been back there. It was really evident when looking at the soil types that they'd had some mid-slope failures, similar to what Gisborne had, but there were no non-compliance. There was some there was no discharge beyond any of the water controls. There was a blocked culvert that they've since unblocked. And so the compliance officer agreed to be comfortable that we hadn't sustained the magnitude of damage that they had over in Tairāwhiti. The other property that was visited recently, Nganuru Road, Cape Runaway, there was a moderate non-compliance there. It was, the compliance officer discovered an old asbestos culvert that had been damaged and needs to be removed. And there was a road exit that wasn't installed in the last plan, but fairly minor stuff. No sediment or anything that way at all. And then one other one that has been visited numerous times in the last month is the Whitiko Forest, which was the 2017 prosecution. And there were some images in the paper around where non-compliance had been found. That work is underway at the moment to remove slash from the edges of skid sites and the like.
What sort of figure is that prosecution? Are we allowed to know that?
Unsure of the financial figure. I don't have that to hand, but someone might.
Von Derelson.
In the three floods actually that have affected Edgecombe, the Matahina Dam took, the last two big floods took about 7,000 tonnes of logs that held up the slash coming down in that dam, and they had to cut away. They dropped them to the bottom of the dam and had to cut away 7,000 tonnes. Now, if the dam hadn't have been there and those logs had gone through their normal passage with Edgecombe bursting, we would have had massive loss of life. So to say we don't have compliant, that 7,000 tonnes in each, and it happened twice at least that I personally saw, and I believe there's a third one, and I'm not sure what the tonnage, both the ones I saw were about similar. But they came from up in the forestry block behind there, and they must have been there must be an issue there for them to get down and wash into the dam. So to say that we don't have an issue, I think we have a big issue. We have a saving grace that the power companies built a couple of big dams that have saved our people, and that's good luck rather than good management by us. But there must be an issue up there that probably still needs addressing somehow, and assessing for risk, because that 7,000 tonnes, and these were full trees as well. It wasn't just slab, it was big logs coming down. So I don't agree that we don't have an issue within our region, particularly because I think that highlights to me that there is an issue. That we had mitigation that saved our bacon, but we've got to be sure that of all our sites that we don't have that risk going forward, and I'll just be interested in your comments on that and how you see that as a risk factor, because I think it is a serious risk.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The report, and I'm certainly not saying we don't have non-compliance in forests in the Bay of Plenty. I guess I was trying to paint the picture that it's of a lesser scale and presents less of a risk than what is over the border in Tairāwhiti. To the point of the Matahina Dam, although it was before my time, I think we have seen in recent times where catchments have received whole logs, whether it be standing Pinus radiata or willows or what have you. A mid-slope failure that brings down a mature tree doesn't necessarily point to non-compliance.
These were the ones I saw, and I didn't see them. The two on both occasions were sawn logs. Okay, so they were, and what I saw was predominant because of what they collected was the logs. They didn't collect all the other slash. But so that this was a lot. These were logs that must have been on skid sites or somewhere that in the rainfall got into the waterway and came down.
And I'd like to reassure councillors that when we do hear of these things, whether it be a complaint from the public or someone self-reports something, we do follow up every single instance. The number 4 bridge, for example, and I pointed to a couple of other examples where we do a desktop audit. We look, is there any forestry in the catchment? We will go and do a ground truthing. We've looked at 3 individual catchments in the last 6 months where it was assumed that forestry was contributing to either sediment load or woody debris or industrial waste, as it's been referred, and it wasn't through forestry non-compliance. It's often assumed, but when we do look into it and we do ground truth it, it's not always the case. So we're more than happy to go and look at things from all the way up the catchment to try and pinpoint if and where forestry might be contributing. What we've found in the last 6 months is that it's not always the case.
Chair, I might add, kind of relevant to the last discussion around freshwater farm plans, most of the forestry industry is regulated by the MPS for plantation forestry, which I think is widely recognised as a relatively permissible piece of legislation and quite a difficult piece of legislation for us to manage compliance with. One of the things we're doing across the sector is getting together with all of our like-minded compliance people across the country to try and get best practice for forestry compliance, looking to lessons learned for the East Coast and seeing how we can take that and also moving our compliance beyond consented activities, but also the permitted activities within the forestry sector, and how do we try and capture some of these issues before they become disasters.
And it was some time ago, Waikawa Forest, because I sent, did you go up there, Fraser, to have a look?
Yeah, I believe,
Forest?
I haven't been up there personally. I know Mike was up there just last week, and they've harvested the portion that's on this side of the motu. There's a portion that's been left that is presenting some challenges. And speaking with Sally Strang at a conference just last week, they're going to retire quite a lot of that. They went in after that debris flow across the state highway. That was the result of a wind throw event, so a large windstorm knocked down the trees, followed by rain, and then they had the debris flow come down. Interestingly, wind throw is not incorporated as slash in the NESPF, and that was one of the recommendations in the Outrage to Optimism report.
Is that Hecia Yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, they went in and did quite a lot to clean that up. But I would say it was through no fault of their own, other than the trees were planted in an area that shouldn't have been planted a long time ago, and they had a wind throw event followed by a heavy rainstorm, and it all went through. And they've been fairly proactive in cleaning those things up and working with communities. It is just unfortunate at that point.
So Fraser, I've got questions from Councillor White and Councillor Shirley. Councillor White.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Looking at the map here, it's really good to see lots of yellow in much of the bay. But it's understandable when you look at the topography of the East Coast and the type of rock, soft rock, sort of claystone rock, easily slabbable, easy to fail. But also, you know, the point that I want to make is it's not the forest, it's the problem, management of it. And a lot of these forests are actually owned and run by corporates. And you know, some have abandoned ship as soon as the slash happened, left it there, including logs on the skids. So I want to paint that picture because a lot of the land that's in forestry here is Māori land. It's Māori land. So we leased it, and the others have taken it over, making some big profits of it, and left the slash and left the problem behind. So then Māori are faced with the problem. Well, what the hell do they do now with a lot of their lands? It isn't the forest, it's management of it, and they got away with it. Very permissible legislation, as you say, very hard to control. So I want to put that picture there that actually it is not the forest, the problem. Never was clearing of the original forest was a problem first and foremost. Establishing the forest to secure an economy, but at the same time, you know, it's management. So I just want to get off this buzz that forestry is not so good, in the sense that actually it's a contributor to carbon emission sequestration. Absolutely. And I say this because I know from Māori, when 5% of the land that they've got left, a lot of it is still actually fit for purpose for forestry more than it is for farming. So all other options, whatever they might be. But there's an economy at the moment that Māori are thinking around about the carbon sequestration opportunities. So I want to rest it there because I just wanted to paint that picture.
Councillor Shirley and then Thurston.
Yes, thanks. Referring to page 107, 3.1 of the report, the controlled burning of forestry slash. There's a general feeling with the public that everywhere you go, well, we used to burn it and now we don't, and that's part of the problem, so we'll just sit in the forest. And I see from the report there that there are 2 active consents that permit vegetation clearance by burning in the Bay of Plenty. That's the whole of Kangaroa and the Waikawa forest. But vegetation clearance by burning does not include any activity undertaken in relation to a plantation forestry. So presumably that includes also when the tree's felled. And I see there the guidance from the regional council staff is that burning of forestry industrial waste slash should not breach the regional air plan. Smoke is unlikely to be offensive and objectionable beyond the boundary of the site, and it would be within large forestry moats from neighbours. So why is there not more burning of slash in a controlled sense?
Read the next bit.
Well, you then got the climate change and release of carbon, but it either rots in the ground and releases the carbon slowly, or it releases it in one big belch. Take your pick.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, this was actually hotly discussed at the Environmental Forestry Conference last week, where, yeah, the point is that vegetation clearance does not include trees planted or plantation trees planted. But the activity of burning can actually increase erosion where the temperature is so high that there's no quick regeneration that happens. And so you have the scorched earth on a gradient that actually erodes faster than forestry slash that can then regenerate vegetation through it. So there were camps for and camps against. I think the point I made in the report is that it's not beyond the realm of possibility that, you know, some of the stuff that we're looking to remove in the Whitiko forest by helicopter, the stuff that is unsafe, could be burned. Now, someone has to have the skills and knowledge to be able to do that. It may satisfy our rules, but then they would need usually a permit from FENS to make sure it's safe from a wildfire risk as well. So it may be useful in some cases, and it may be permitted by us. And the other point that was made in the industry is that because no one's done it for such a long time, they don't have the skills and the equipment to be able to turn it on tomorrow if they were faced with a problem. So it's a possibility, but there are some challenges to come through before it becomes a widespread practice.
But it used to be a common practice.
There were lots of people at the conference that remembered, whole catchments kind of being burned off at different times.
I think I disagree with your comment though about it not affecting neighbouring properties. New York's sort of still upset with Alberta's forest burning. Yeah.
The proximity to the neighbour comes around when a rule is permitted and not permitted or breaches it. So if it's within 100 metres, you can't burn within 100 metres of your neighbour.
Thurston and then Von Derelson.
Chairman, I just wanted to thank you for bringing this forward. I appreciate it's just a snapshot of risk, and I gather it's only being received for information.
Correct. I mean, we asked the team, the question was, could a Gisborne happen in the Bay?
That was our big question, because we didn't want to be shutting the stable door after the horse had bolted,
And Oriti Forest, and I've been up all through that forest. I know it's private Māori land, and I've been through it, and boy, is it steep. And you sometimes wonder how on earth do they get fully laden truck and trailer loads of logs down some of those roads? Because boy, it's steep. You've got to have courage to be a driver to do that. And that even Oriti Forest is, you've got to travel an hour at least to get to some of the backlots, and then you get onto the main road to take your load into town. So it's real steep country. Sorry, Councillor Thurston.
So, Chairman, this gives me a degree of comfort when talking to community people who invariably pin you in a corner and, when they raise issues around Tairāwhiti, of course. But going forward, are we going to have updates of this? I presume we don't need them every meeting, but what is your plan?
Well, I think with the, Parata report, we're looking at that in detail to make sure that the lessons learned are reflected through here, and I think there'll be a lot of industry conversations back to your forest owners, your forest harvesters, all through that as well, in terms of how do they implement best management practice, because as you said, Mac, they're pretty permissible rules, and probably the Crown's got to take all of that report and say, this is what we are going to do. We can only do so much in terms of it's a permitted activity. You can do resource consent, but if forest harvesters, forest managers, and I agree with you, Te Taru, it's forest management, is the key. And what are we going to do? But the Crown's got to step up now, based on what's happened in Gisborne, I believe. Is that of course?
Yeah, so just confirming that MPI have said that they are looking at the at the moment. They had announced that then Heke Parata's report came out, so I'm sure he's in what they
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can make a point of our regular compliance reports to include a forestry section.
Yes, please, Ben.
Thank you. Happy to move that. I know it's only for information, but if you want.
Councillor Von Derelson, and then
just one thing, and I did do 1,000 acres of bush development in the 80s. So I do know what I'm talking about. We actually just showed Stuart some of the photos, and it was like a dairy farm after the trees were down. But what happens actually, you say that it's so hot that you can't grow anything, but the potash that comes from the ash is a great start for fertility to get grass growing. So there are benefits of burning versus waiting for the slash to rot away as well.
Okay, there's a resolution on page 97 that we just received. Happy to move Councillor Thurston, seconded by Councillor Nees. All those in favour, please say aye. Yes, carried. Thank you, Fraser. Thank you, Matt. And keep us posted. And in terms of that message going forward, review, we've got to push that as well. Right, moving on to Estuary Focus Catchment update, and we've got Emma Corbendale and Thomas Grant. Welcome along.
Thank you, Chair, Councillors.
Update. You're the land management officer, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So I'm one of the land management officers, and Thomas Grant is the other for the Waihi Estuary catchment. So yeah, we'll be new faces. We haven't presented to council before, so
that's scary.
So I'll just take the report as read and ask if you can hold the questions till the end. And this is really good timing for this presentation, and it follows on nicely from what Jackson was mentioning before around the state of Waihi Estuary and being one of those more high need for change estuaries, and we're presenting today on what we've been up to since 2019 in terms of our incentives-based funding and all of the work that has been delivered around trying to improve farm systems change over and above what will be delivered through those regulations because of that significant change that is needed to help restore the estuary to a moderately healthy ecological state. So I'm not sure if this is working, but I'll just hand over to, just quickly, so Thomas has been working in the catchment since 2018, and I've been working in the catchment for 2020, so this will focus on a large portion of the work that's been delivered since that 2019.
Yeah, so important context to our work is that we're very much still working with the willing and very much the carrot before the stick. This summary capture of our work since 2019. There's sort of three things to highlight is 218 hectares of area required and over 409,000 plants planted, and 2 treatment wetlands created. The ability to deliver this work has been quite accelerated from the grants available from co-funding through MFE and 1 billion trees specifically. And the image on the right-hand side just gives you a spatial context of the amount of landowners within the red outlined 5,000 hectare catchment that either plans in development or plans underway. So there's over 45 approved plans and 25 in development. And lastly, just like to highlight on this slide in terms of going into the next financial year, the level of work signed up to be delivered is similar to what we've been doing in the last few years. Some of those co-funding opportunities through MFE and 1BT are winding off a little bit. There's others specific to that catchment, which you'll hear about a little bit later in this presentation, that are coming online. So this is just a slide that captures a couple of properties within the Mangatoitoi subcatchment. It's a little catchment within the wider catchment that's been an area of focus due to landowner engagements and multiple landowner meetings, getting landowners together in a room to really try and drive that understanding of the issue and behavioural change. And this is just an example of the landscape scale change you can achieve with some of this co-funding. And some of these programs can quite often be 5 years in delivery, but co-funding has enabled a large amount of work to happen really, really quickly. And again, this is just another example of another subcatchment within the wider catchment where landscape scale change, where that whole valley system is a bunch of spring seepage areas that 3 years ago were all grazed with dairy stock, like textbook critical source areas flowing into the Puhoneni stream. And now it's part of 18 hectares retired on that farm permanently to native vegetation.
So that was a bit of a summary of all the operational work that we've been doing. And then also there's a significant amount of capital budget that's also been allocated to the Waihi Estuary under the long-term plan. And out of those projects, we just wanted to pick the highlight, which is 2 of these constructed treatment wetlands that a lot of you will have probably driven past. So one, the Bay Gold wetland on the top is on the corner of State Highway 2, Maniotutu Road. 1.9 hectare treatment wetland servicing a contributing catchment of 73 hectares. And then the one below, Hickson Wetland, just slightly down the road on the corner of State Highway 2 and Pongagawa School Road, 1 hectare in size and treating a 45 hectare contributing catchment. And the dominating land use is a mix of dairy and kiwi fruit on those upstream catchments. And the Hickson wetland is further downstream the Puhoneni from the previous slide where you saw that extensive amount of area that has been retired. And so these were the construction process. This was completed March 2022, and already the plants are about 1.5 meters tall. So it's pretty crazy how quickly they've established. And we've been working in conjunction with NIWA. So this is part of their wider nationwide monitoring program. And so they will be monitoring these for 2 years. And they've presented to us the initial 6 months results, which are really exciting in terms of the initial reduction in those 4 major contaminants that we've seen from these wetlands, ranging from 50 up to 93%. So that's significant in terms of the reduction potential of these wetlands, and we'll be hoping to roll these out further in other projects that we're looking at investigating in the future. So this was a really exciting start. The Bay Gold wetland was part of the Balanced Farm Environment Awards that was recently won for the region. So that was also quite exciting. And the red arrows are just showing the direction of those wetlands.
So another important part of our work is, because we're trying to drive behavioural change through the carrot, is relationships, and monitoring is a big part of the strength and integrity in those relationships. So the lower part of the catchment is pumped via a private scheme underwritten by Western Bay of Plenty District Council, and they, similar to conversations earlier today, also operate under a permitted activity rule. And we've been working with them for a number of years to, as a preliminary investigation, understand the scale of what their water quality issue is to the catchment, but also now about to implement a far more detailed monitoring program to really start helping them with looking at their options in the long term, so they can make some more informed decisions around that. And then this left-hand picture, James Deere, our freshwater scientist at Regional Council, is currently completing his PhD in engagement. And as part of his work, we've managed to establish all the red dots you can see basically. So a far greater resolution at the catchment in terms of water quality, surface water quality, and some of the information that this is starting to be able to show. It's all still summary sort of stuff currently, but I can get information from James that I can now take to a specific landowner and really start messaging specifically about how their farm and their subcatchment is contributing to the issue. And it's that conversation with those small subcatchments I previously talked about, like the Mangatoto and Puanini, where in those landowner rooms, they can go from a conversation of, well, it's not us, how do you know that it's us, to, okay, actually, we can see that there's an issue here that we're contributing to. What can we do about it? Which is exactly where our conversation fits in, essentially.
The last point that we wanted to discuss about our key work streams is our partnership with Te Wāhu Ōwaihi, and they will be presenting after this. And just want to acknowledge the work of Councillor White, who's been acting as the independent interim chair of Te Wāhu. And this is one of our big projects moving forward, and under the Freshwater Improvement Fund program, there are 4 key work streams, and the 2 up on the slide here are the 2 key ones that Regional Council will be the most heavily involved with. So the first one, the 30-hectare piece of land that was recently purchased, and the karakia was held last Tuesday, which was a really special occasion and was well attended by Te Wāhu and Council. And next week there'll be a board meeting with the Te Wāhu board members to discuss some high-level wetland design options, and also investigating a partnership with the Nature Conservancy and Terra Carbon around blue carbon research, which has also been mentioned in other discussions today. And aiming at very high level, hoping to start construction over the 2024-25 summer earthworks period. So obviously there's quite a lot that will need to happen between now and then, and you'll be seeing from us again in the future in terms of what those wetland options would look like. The other key work stream that we're working very closely with Te Wāhu on is co-funding of 32 further environmental programs over the next 4 years. Similar to the previous MFE co-funding that we've been working on, with a goal of by June 2026 delivering another 160,000 plants and 32 kilometres of fencing, with a prioritisation of Māori land blocks where possible. There aren't 32 different Māori land block properties within the catchment, so some of those will go to non-Māori land blocks, but the prioritisation where possible is to put that funding towards those blocks. And that brings us to the end of operational updates. So if there are any questions, we're happy to answer.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Councillor McMillan, do you have a question?
Kia ora, thanks Claire, and thanks Thomas. I just wanted to go back to the construction wetland results, which are amazing, and Chris shared in our Friday update. And it was on my thing to thank you guys for that incredible work. It's sort of almost hard to believe in 6 months how much turnaround there is for that. So there was some talk in a hui we were in the other day about the potential of avian so when you create a wetland, the avian E. coli, from birds could be could make it not a great measure, because you could be switching bovine for avian. I struggle with that, in that a cow can produce 52 litres a day of waste, liquid waste. But have you got any research that says that, when you create a wetland, that the E. coli from incoming birds can be a major issue in terms of fresh water? Because, I struggle with that.
Through the chair, that's definitely a discussion that is very common when you come for wetland development sort of projects. But as you can see from the results, the overall E. coli treatment that is provided, because you've got the UV disinfection from those open water areas, is a way of also providing for the avian E. coli potential. But of course, there will be some that will be introduced from that as well through the wetland, but they are designed still to be able to provide disinfection treatment for that. But I think overall, in terms of what treatment wetland is able to produce, as we've seen from the results, that it is, it outweighs the benefit of the risks on that front.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, look, this is a great report. And I have to say, for the investment that this council has done, and along with iwi for their estuary, full marks. However, and the Pongkawa Canal, which feeds a huge amount of water in there, for as long as I can remember, has always been a pristine little creek come along there. And I saw Sir Howard paddling it a while back and when he was alive. Now, I wouldn't like to even walk through the bloody thing. And that's a fact. And for my whānau who gathered kai from Waihi estuary for years and years and years, just would not be even on their radar today. And for those, I mean, the carrot and the stick is a great idea, but sometimes you might have to take the carrot away and put it somewhere else and use the stick. I'm quite serious. I'm really serious. And I mean, I will admit that the weather hasn't been great for us. But when I see cows, as I said before, up to their udders in mud, and that just runs off into that stream. You know it, I know it. It's about time we all got really, really brave and said, hey, if you think you're not doing something about it, and I know that the science in our organisation, the ability to DNA, you'll soon put people in their place, and it's got to be something that's got to be done immediately, as far as I'm concerned, because we've invested significant amounts of dollars. I want to see it work. I don't want to see us 10 years from now. Thinking about where I'm going to be in 10 years' time, but yeah, we want this to work and get some runs on the board as soon as we possibly can. But that creek was always a pristine little creek. Now it's just a dirty, muddy hole. It's an observation.
Councillor Campbell, Councillor Shirley, and then Von Dillson.
Yes, thanks. Great report, great work. I noticed in the report you said there's 32 retirement proposals on the pipeline. Is that right? Or there's resource for another 32 retirements?
Yeah.
And you indicated that Maori land has priority. What's the rationale of one particular type of land having priority over another when it should be based perhaps on where you're going to get the best environmental outcome, regardless of whether it's general title or Maori title? I'm just trying to work out the rationale behind that.
It's because the collaboration is between us and Te Wāhuru Waihi, and the focus of Te Wāhuru is for focusing first on those Māori land blocks where the opportunity may not have necessarily been provided.
Can I put
the resource is coming from the regional council?
No, it's coming from MFE.
Yeah.
Now, can I just answer this one?
So it's the taxpayers' resource.
Albeit, I mean, the reality of the Waikokupu Society, as you know, they've been focusing on the non-Māori farms. There's been no Māori farms in that space. Yeah. So basically, when the Waihapu came along with the MFE funding, we've been working with MPI on bringing those Māori farms in as well. So that's the blend. So that's the reason why the focus from the MFE grant is actually going to focus on bringing them in, as well as all the other things we got to do as well in the history. So it's not actually just favouring one over the other. It's bringing the others into the fold where they are not at the moment.
It's just I wouldn't want to think there's a whole lot of general title blocks that want to come in too, that they can't.
This has to be a collaborative effort. This is about the Waikokupu Society.
Across the table, just keep your, yeah.
I just want to explore that.
Yeah, no, good as gold. That perfect answer. You might want to elaborate on that in your next.
I would elaborate in the presentation.
Okay, I've got questions from Councillor Nelson, please.
Yeah, so thank you for your report. This looks good, great stuff. And we bought the 30 hectares and we're going to turn that into a wetland. My question is, how much water can we bring into a wetland and bring out the other side with a capability that it's environmentally clean enough that it won't be doing more degradation to the receiving environment. How much water can we take? Like that 30 hectare block has got two major drainage streams coming in. So there's a lot of dirty water there. And I looked at the Ford pump site and you know, the solution at Ford that comes down to the pump site, and then they just put it into the Kaituna, dirty. And that's what we've got to get away from. So I'm very much in favour of this wetland development, but when I look at the Hickson block and the Bay Gold, they're quite small. But you know, I'm trying to get a feel for how much wetland we need to be effective in those drainage schemes.
Yeah, so there's a 200 hectare contributing catchment of pumped farm network that would flow into that 30 hectare parcel, and it's one of the potential options that we're exploring. Is if you portioned off, say, 10 hectares for a treatment wetland, you'd be able to provide service for that entire 200 hectare contributing catchment. So that would provide treatment for all of those drain networks before it enters the estuary. So it is a significant opportunity on that front to gain quite a lot of water quality benefits. And in regards to the results that we've had from NIWA, it's indicating that you could achieve pretty significant reduction results. So that's on the table as an option that's being considered.
So just let me be clear on that. So that you're saying there's that the 30 hectares is taking from 200 hectares, but you're only going to use 10 hectares of it to do that cleaning.
Yeah, so the NIWA guidelines, it's 2 to 5%. The wetland sizing is 2 to 5% of the contributing catchment. So if you had 10 hectares, that would provide 5% of that contributing catchment would achieve those reduction targets that that we've shown on that earlier slide.
Okay, right. No further questions. Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Thomas. Very good and timely in terms of our capital purchase and what you're doing in the catchment. And we look forward to further developments on our purchase or whoever purchased it.
Just a question, can we, as council, get water quality results from the estuary, please?
Oh, yeah. Thomas, can we get that?
We're in the process of completing some specific fact sheets related to what I talked about. So yeah, we'll share those as soon as we. Yeah.
It's human nature, Chair, through you, sorry, that somebody's fixing the problem up downstream, you tend to go to sleep upstream a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Like, I do come from Kawerau and I know what I'm talking about. They've got to talk about those funny people.
The Waihi District Drainage Society pump station. So now that we're a landholder, assuming a shareholder in that, is that going to carry on as is, or is that going to be incorporated into one of our drainage schemes? And I'm looking at here, and who might be answering that.
That pump station will remain as a Western Bay of Plenty District Council asset, so we won't be assuming that pump station as part of our asset, but it would be key if we're going to create a treatment wetland for that function. But we have been working in collaboration with the Drainage Society in terms of reviewing their wider pump station in terms of looking at future compliance, etc. But I don't know, Pim, if you wanted to add anything to that.
Yeah, so through you, the answer is yes, we are now a RAT paying shareholder, and so we potentially could nominate someone to join the committee, but we're already invited to the meetings of that committee. What Claire just talked about is quite exciting. So we commissioned a piece of work by consultants, which has looked at different options to improve the quality of the discharge from the 13 pump stations in the Waihi Estuary catchment. And I've gone so far as identifying, using those NIWA guidelines, the 2 to 5% of catchment area, what might we do where to achieve the best bang for buck, noting that the pump stations discharge different amounts of water and of differing quality, using the quality information that Thomas has put together. So that work will bring to council very soon. We had our first meeting with the Drainage Society to talk about the draft of the report from the consultants earlier this week, but I think it's quite exciting.
Councillor Shute.
Thank you, Chairman. From my understanding of the discussion, that what we have here is a drainage scheme operated by the Western Bay of Plenty District Council. And so they have their own targeted rating system for that. I'm just wondering, what's the history? Why is that done by the district council and not the directors?
Yeah, how far does it go back?
If Bruce Crabb was in the room, he would probably be able to give us the best answer. Various times in the past, there have been discussions about whether that scheme would come under the regional council's remit or not. They've held the view for a long time that they can do things cheaper than we can, and have opted to remain independent. So the District Drainage Society operates on its own. And the Western Bay of Plenty Council's utilities team essentially holds the money in trust for them, and they determine how it's spent. There are pros and cons, but it's very similar to the drainage schemes operated by the regional council. They don't have flood protection rules associated with their targeted rate, and they also don't provide staff to do the weed clearing at pump stations. So that's the individual farmer's responsibility. But it is quite kind of unique in the Bay in the way that it operates.
We have an 80-20. What does the district council operate?
My understanding is that the district council doesn't cross-subsidise Drainage Society operations, that the targeted rates do that, which they augment through sales of sand from the dredging of the waterways below State Highway 2. Thomas, is that your understanding?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
And presumably historically it was a drainage board or a catchment board function, was it? Or your drainage board? Right, it works.
Right, no further questions. Thank you, Claire and Thomas, for that. There's a resolution that we just received your report. Can I move for a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor McMillan, and seconded by Councillor Thurston. Discussion, I'll put the members in favour, please say aye. It's carried. Right, moving on to.
Exciting.
Well,
apologies, Mr. Chair, for.
I really like Dr. Kura Paul-Burke's presentation.
Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, you got me.
He's not here, but
This is a pretty unique situation, Mr. Chair. So I'll turn over my councillor and apologise for Mr. Tataru White and sit in the presenter's chair.
Go for it, mate.
Yeah, look, I'll be quick. I mean, basically, I'm sitting here because Kura can't be here, and she's the driver behind on the ground stuff. She's got a doctorate in marine ecology, she's a diver and everything else. And the whole intent of this is to try and bring in Mātauranga Māori alongside Western science to get the best possible outcome. And when I mention Waikaku Society, it's important that we work alongside them as well, so that the left and the right hand know what's going on, and we can share and get the best absolute result for the history. And just picking up on what Councillor Campbell said about getting pippies and other things there for many decades, likewise, our people have done that for over 700 years, and the degradation of this place means it's now toxic. And some of our people are still harvesting out of that toxic place. They're actually ignoring the science and getting it. Some of them have ended up in hospital, largely because they've always done this and they always want to gather food for their families. They do believe that some parts are clean and it's not. So that is a real big problem child for all of us at the moment. So we'll get this damn thing going. There's the history. On the east side, obviously Pukahina. To the north is Makatu, where our canoe landed about 700 years ago. And ever since then, this connection to this history and the Makatu history has been really strong. It's been a gathering place for mahinga kai for our food. And it's been a place where communities have met, where tribal entities have met, where communication has happened, where good things happen, not necessarily fights. So, so it's been a very, very important place. And the camping ground down the bottom there on the right-hand side in the little green patch, I spent a lot of my life there. And every 2 weeks, my family would go there, camp there, enjoy the pippies, enjoy the life. And you know, those are memories that I have. And that stopped about 20 years ago, 20 to 25 years ago from my family, based on the fact that the place was down in a rotting state. So it's about 95% of it it's a shallow estuary. About 95% of it is above water when the tide goes out, and makes it ideal for gathering pippies. And we used to go across from the camping ground, they get the pippies, the cockles, the tuna and the flounder, and walk across to the Pukehina and get the big white pippies on the other side, and the ocean pippies. So it was one of those grounds as a memory place where a lot of people did and continued to do post. When all other communities came into this space, they also enjoyed doing that as well. So this is a pretty important slide here, because we talked about wetlands, and on the right-hand side at the top there is what's it called? Seagrass. Seagrass. Right, and those two little black circles there. They're the only patches of seagrass left in there, about 0.8 of a hectare. All of those other yellow spots is where Greek seagrass was. And it's a great habitat for whole sort of other life. And small snapper could actually hide in there, feed in there, and then when they grow big enough, they're out to sea. And a whole lot of raft of other things in that particular seagrass. It is seen as a marker for clean water, because they do not survive in dirty water, hence have all disappeared. So again, it's one of those things that we're trying to reinstate. You know, it's not safe to swim in the place anymore. Public health warnings are consistent in that place. High nitrogen, phosphorus, and E. coli levels, and that's all coming from land use change too. And over 90% of the wetlands are gone. 90% of the seagrass is gone. The canals have been straightened up in order to redirect them to facilitate drainage, so that in fact the land in the immediate vicinity can actually be used for pastoral farming. Getting back to your point, Councillor Campbell, still there. Cows plugging around in the very wet spot. And when we were up there doing the karakia the other day, past those paddocks where the cows were still there. So it's a very degraded mahinga kai. It's very poor condition and continues to decline. Aroha mai te mo te wahupua waihi. Much love and sorrow for that space from an iwi. So the collective in this particular case are 5 iwi. Ngāti Mākeno from Otanawanaka, Ngāti Whangahemo from Pukehina, Tapuika from the Puke area, and the Kaituna, Ngāti Pikia from inland right to the coast, and also Ngāti Whakaue, who have inland right to the coast as well. So those 5 iwi came together very, very importantly, because they were not involved. And as long as they stay apart, they would never be involved. And yet that legacy of continued use and continued connection is really important. So why am I in this role? Because basically they would not listen unless you go governance to governance. And of course, there are some tensions and issues in that particular space around mana whenua-ship. One of the things that I did say to them very clearly, where's the mana in accepting a very paru, a very dirty estuary that has been handed back to you by your tupuna? There is no mana. They all agreed that there was going to be one kaupapa, but then clean it up and leave your taihas at the door. That was fundamentally the conversation. So they came together. And that has been huge for this particular project, because when we did come together, we engaged with MFE on a very long journey to try and get funding for this particular program, because Waikokupu had also competed for the MFE stuff as well as MPI. We weren't in competition with them. We were just trying to get Māori involvement in this particular space. Just so happens that they began to believe in the depth of the consultation by virtue of having an iwi around the table. And as a result of that, 12 months in negotiation from day one to day dot, and just signed just before Christmas last, a $2.9 million fund, of which a portion of that has been taken out immediately to purchase alongside Bay of Plenty Regional Council the 30 hectares. And that 30 hectares, in terms of what our obligation is to the MFE, was to buy 20 hectares over 4 years. We got 30 hectares immediately. And the intent is to work on a mosaic of wetlands in the area that we can provide as part of the filtering process and create that sort of sense of direction that we want to go in. So, and there's a vision that we've got that the Wahapū will be succeeding when we have a healthy mahinga kai as an indicator of thriving waihi, estuary, catchment and community for the long term. So we're all in this together. The community is really, really important that we're all in this long term. There are lots of plantings going on, lots of little things going on, but we can aggregate all of that together. We'll succeed to clean us up. So this is actually a very, very unique project of engagement, because what's happening here in this particular space is that here we are actually in a lead space. And I want to acknowledge our staff, Pim and the team, who've been really, really great in supporting this. But they've been supporting it from the side, not directing it. They've been adding their valuable information to the directions of the iwi in order to bring this back to, make this come to pass. So, now these are the principles. What happened about over a year ago, managed to get the iwi after we talked about getting together, managed to get together and workshop them to actually understand what the principles and what the values they're trying to see from a Māori perspective, to try and reset the way in which we look at this history. So they come up with mana motuhake, making sure that the connection, that the whakapapa is right. Understanding what is that whakapapa, what is that 700-year connection to it, what does it mean? You know, and what are the tikangas or the practices of the people at that time to keep it clean and to share and to be a bigger community. And restoring the mana o te wai. At that time there was mana o te wai. Now what do we need to do to backtrack and get back to that particular place as best as we can? Mahinga kai. So it's the Mahinga kai is a sign of a healthy history, full stop. Getting it back again as a treasure for our people, for the communities at large, and restoring the health, the whakaoranga, the health and well-being of our people and communities. The mahitahi, working together. We won't do this unless we work together. First of all, the iwi had to get together. That was critical. And then by saying that as well, we are not competing with the Waikokupu. In fact, I've got meetings, I've actually presented to the Waikokupu on several occasions. Councillor Shirley was there. And I've got another meeting coming up with them as well to share in what we're doing. I have to say that some mysterious source we had an OIA put against the Waihapu, which annoyed us. Which annoyed us. But nevertheless, we're over that. And we're saying, no, well, that will happen. We're on track and we're mobilising. Okay. So, mahitahi, kaitiakitanga, making sure the guardianship principles and to its absolute depth are actually adhered to. Whanaungatanga, the relationship, and the manakitanga. This is about mana reciprocity. Treating your estuary as if it was a human in a way, and receiving reciprocity back. So there's mutual regard for both. And the mokopuna, future generations, in a changing world where a lot of our children have not experienced what we around this table have experienced, actually engaging them with what it was like, but what it can be again for them. And engaging in the value sets that come with that. Whakamana, again, reinstating the mana, the mauri of the place, and actually benefiting our taia. So, this was a great occasion, you know, and again, thanks Regional Council and our colleagues and our team coming together to celebrate the I guess, the christening of this 30 hectares. And it was a wonderful occasion, and thank you, Kat. You were there, and I know everybody else was busy, but it was wonderful, wonderful day. Either side of this day, it poured the day before, and it poured the day after. So of course, Māori are going to immediately say it's a tohu, it's a sign, it's a blessing, right? The sun was just rising, it was just brilliant. You know, the only thing that was a little bit of mud on your gumboots, but that was about it. But it went really, really well, and it actually brought members of the community together. I think the chair of Western Bay was there. What was his name?
The deputy mayor.
Deputy mayor was there as well. He got an acknowledgement. I mean, the two farmers had been involved in the purchase, sale and purchase, were there, loving each other. I understood for a little while they weren't necessarily each other, but loving each other and patting on the back, of course, because it was settled. But also they saw this and they felt really good about it. That's what they said. Felt really good about what was happening here. And I guess, you know, and on the right-hand side, you know, we've already started an education program about bringing some of our young people back into the fold to understand what's happening in this particular place. It was a wonderful day. We've done part of this as well, we are attracting researchers, and you would have heard about the blue carbon research and the National Conservancy, which is coming to the party, because they see this as quite a unique combination. You know, getting one of the most polluted estuaries and having this combination of engagement here, highlighting it. And of course, with Kura, as a researcher herself and a full professor at Waikato University, she's got contacts into Niwa, Cawthorn, you name it, and they're now starting to show an interest, and they are actually going to pay for a lot of that research as well. So we get quite a lot of efficiencies in there. And this is Niwa's mapping of shellfish locations. The seagrass is that little green piece just to the top right of the top left right hand side of the thing. That's the seagrass. All of the purple stuff there is all the mounds that have been there with little tunnels in them, undulating mounds. The dark greens, the black spot down the bottom is no oxygen, quite dead. Out, woof, come on, finished. The brown stuff there, I think, is mangroves. Another thing. So that's, and the light blue and the dark blue at the top there are pippies and tuangi or cockle locations. So they've mapped it in terms of the life there in the estuary right now. So there's an understanding of, again, the fact that the water quality, the input of nitrogen, phosphorus, and everything else has really degraded this particular place.
In the pink, I can't read the index.
The pink. Let me just have a look at my notes. That
It's sand.
Yeah. Crab habitat. That's the one. You got it. So again, we've got a good handle on what's happening at the moment in the estuary. I'm going to finish on this particular note here. Now, one of our tohunga, one of our very well recognised wise people, in 2021 in December, as we were finishing off in our deliberations, he came up with this vision. He oranga te wahapu, he oranga te iwi. The health of the estuary is a metaphor for the health of the people. Sadly for Muruai Ihakara, he was well known amongst our people right throughout the country. He passed away 6 weeks later. So this vision is attributed to him. And that's actually an important thing for our people to know as well. This person gave his last account of his wisdom on the table for the cleaning up and the Māori return of our estuary. So on that note, fellow councillors, I might go back to my seat as a councillor. Wish you well in your deliberations. I'll turn my sign.
Chair, I'd just like to acknowledge the mahi that Tataru's leading here. I think that's a fabulous.
Leave them at the door.
The message is working together.
I think the collaboration is not being precedent, but shows what you can do when we get involved, iwi involved, community involved, and MFE as well. This is going to be massive going forward, and I look forward to the design coming back and starting construction. Right. Thank you. We just received the report. I know. We're running well behind time, people, but I'm not prepared to. We've got one more presentation from Matt before lunch, and then we've got four items after lunch. So this is your report on reflections of Toi Moana on recent weather events. It's on page 138, and floor is yours.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pretty happy to take it as read. If I'd summarise it, I'd say it's been really wet and everyone and with a whole lot of work that's been done. A week of sunshine is welcomed by everyone. Happy to take any questions.
Before you get into the questions, everybody, I just wanted to say thanks to Matt for doing this. This is not a compliance manager role, and you'll see in Matt's report that it pulls from a whole range of parts of our organisation. So thanks very much, Matt, for doing that. But it's really great to see this all in one place.
Yeah, I think probably the interesting thing was when I reached out to some of these groups who maybe don't always put stuff to this table, like Dan Batten and our resident drainage team, he just really thought being able to present this information to you so you can see the work that they're doing and just the impact of experience. I guess the key thing is that when I started, I was looking at Gabrielle and Hale, but then when I started looking at the rainfall, it goes right back to this time last year, and every month has been wet. And every time we have a storm, everyone's jumping to do something. And it's just what we know, but it has an impact.
Forecast for this weekend is another one. Right, any questions to Matt? Yeah, I have a question. You may not be able to answer, but there's a theory that the Tongan volcanic eruption has affected our weather pattern considerably, as well as climate change. Have you seen any research? Well, look, I don't know.
I could comment. It increased the stratospheric water vapor content by 15%, which is phenomenal. What goes up has to come down, but water vapor has a much more greenhouse gas effect than CO2, considerably more. So it's actually increased the temperature of the oceans in the Southwest Pacific particularly, which has significantly contributed to this rivers of water that have been coming down from
rivers, I think.
Rivers, well, oceanic rivers actually. But there was a 15% increase in water vapor in the stratosphere, which is phenomenal.
So the answer is the Tongan volcanic activity has an effect.
That's well documented.
I think if you look at the graph on page 148 that I referred to earlier as well, it kind of shows that this year has been exceptionally wet, but in the last 15, 17 years, we've had two other really wet periods. We've also had two other really dry periods. We've undergone a period of significant extreme weather events, and that's what has always been forecast.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions to Matt? And look, this is just for your information. Can I have a mover for this report, please? Te Taru, seconded by Councillor Thurston. Any further discussion? I'll put that resolution all over the vote, please say aye. Each carried. Councillors, that's our lunch break. Thank you. Well, we normally allow half an hour, but Councillor Nees wants to go. Well, grab your lunch and bring it back in here. Can we do that? 15-minute lunch break. On time. Does that grab everybody? Yeah, back here in 15 minutes. It's good. Okay, right. Our next item on the agenda is page 150, and I'd like to welcome John Peters along, our Harbour Master for the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. Welcome along, John. And this is the annual maritime report to be presented. The floor is yours, John.
Kia ora and good afternoon. Thank you. I take it the report is read.
Yep, take it as read.
So we have all the information there. I'd just like to add that we had about 20% cancellation of patrols and on land and water because of bad weather. Funnily enough, our infringements went up by 46%, which I attribute to teams being better trained to collect evidential, and the fact that people are probably trying to follow the rules, I think. And also the fact that a lot of it was life jackets, which is strange considering we've had some drownings last summer. Interesting stats for everybody. 49% of the country go voting. In the Bay of Plenty, 18% go voting. Second highest in the country. Second to Auckland. How many? 18. 18, 1-8. Just voting, councillor. The split is evenly split, 50% male and female. I won't go into the other. 68% Pakia and 17% Maori. Vessels most frequently used are kayaks, powerboats are number 2. So kayak is 26%, powerboats are 16%, and then the rest are all small amounts. The other interesting stat is that there's been a large increase in the use of the lakes from 20% to 25%. The harbour has gone up from 20% to 26%, and the coastal has reduced. So people are spending more time closer to land because of the weather, I suppose. So there's been a small decline in the boating since the last quarter, and we find that a lot of the older and the wiser people are traveling overseas. So the people using the recreational boats are more younger, they have less money, so they go in for smaller boats, and they are more compliant with life jackets, but radios, radios, etc.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, that is really interesting information. Are we able to be given a copy of that?
Councillor, this all comes from Maritime New Zealand?
Yes.
So we'll send you the entire stats. Just some more information. Interestingly, the last one, which is the most dangerous, if you like, is life jackets. 8% still don't know anything about life jackets. Amazing.
How many, sorry?
8%. And 62%, well, in general, people are mainly compliant, but you still have that small portion, which is so crucial. They're the ones who end up. We are still continuing with our program, Safety Ambassadors. So last summer we had 10, this summer we had 7, and next summer I'm looking at, based on funding from Maritime New Zealand, which helps us with this, I'm looking at having 3 different teams happening across the 3 regions. So we're looking at 8 per region, total of 24. It's a bit challenging because you always get students, but then they drop off along the way. It's hard to sustain that, but we do our best. We really get hands-on. But I think it's a good effort, and it's definitely we see some returns. I did add, we also received a lot of floating life jackets from Maritime New Zealand, so I've been giving them away to the different marais.
Are you saying that you don't know what happens to students months down the track? Is that what you're saying?
So councillor, what happens is we start the whole training and there's a bit of online effort they need to put in. And we try and make it as centralized as possible so that they don't have to do homework, all the men and meet together, but still some of them need to come off. We actually get the manners and aunties involved and they really help us. I've seen one who actually got smack a guy to work. You know? We still continue with our students. Again, this is funded by Maritime New Zealand, so we have young students who go out, do educational ramps on the boat ramps. They also get trained, and some of them finally enter the industry. We have currently at least one of my team is actually one of them who started like this and now holds a qualification and is working with us.
So what's entailed in getting a skipper's certificate? That's a pretty.
That is a professional qualification.
Professional, yeah.
This is skippers is basic knowledge, which we really need to do something about in the future. And you'll probably read the papers about how there have been so many findings about the need to have all recreational boaties, skippers licensed. But that's a very political situation. I won't talk about that here.
McDonald?
Can I ask you a question? So with the skippers education, one, how long does it take before they become qualified at that? And where are the current 7 students that you started on sitting at the moment?
Also, this qualification day skippers is not a professional qualification. It's a pathway. So this kind of introduces them to it. And if they still want to continue, then they can go ahead. And my dream is to be able to give them SRLs or skippers restricted, which then allows them to get a job in the industry. But that's expensive and it's a whole year actually. So that's a challenge. But again, I keep asking for funding for Maritime New Zealand.
But a day skipper you can do online.
Online,
through boating education, is it boating education through Coast Guard? Yep. And then the SRL ticket is 6 weeks. Full-time study, regardless of your age or anything. That's all face to face. And it is a harrowing experience to go back to school.
We experience.
You're saying the cost benefit of that is working out really good. Obviously, there was some drop off, but some are going on, and you've had at least one.
What happens is they go back to their communities and they spread the word of the education, what they learn, they kind of spread it around.
Are you measuring it?
They don't, to be honest, but what we do have is we see them as being future employees of us as contractors for the patrols. So we already have 2 of them working with us on our patrols, not as regular employees, but as contractors. So that's, I guess, a career path. Once they work with us on patrols and they get more interested, some of them. So it's hard to measure. We do get a lot of positive reception when we go and do this kind of thing.
So McDonald?
Just another question. We have the Tuku Tū Moana scholarship. I know whether you're aware of that, where we have our graduates, where we fund graduates and some students. How would something like this being supported by the regional council benefit what you're trying to achieve? So we're actually looking at a different type of student now. We're probably not looking at the high academic end, but we're certainly looking at the hands-on student, which we probably need to be focusing on as well. So how would you see that working in this program that you're encouraging?
It's all about funding. So if we get some funding, we can try and enlarge the program, make it bigger and better, probably get more professional qualification, the SRL, for example.
So you're saying it would be good if we pursued that?
Definitely. I'm looking at avenues, and this is something I never knew about. Perfect.
Well, based on that, Mr. Chair, we direct staff to look into that because, you know, if we can do it for one end of the spectrum, why can't we do it for the other, for those kids who may not go to university, but have the ability to do a hands-on course and become qualified and have a career path.
Yeah, well, what's the name of the campus at Tauranga?
Right.
Yeah, that's probably is it the only one in the North Island?
Yeah, that's correct.
SRL tickets. So it's handy. Because we have a lot of people from all around the North Island come to that just for that SRL ticket, that 6-week course, and there's multiple courses through the course of the year, but it's very well run. Yeah.
So Chair, I'll dig into that and see, step forward with that.
Yeah.
So as I said, our students, we had 6 this summer, and it's good for them. And it's also when they go on a ramp and talk to a skipper, for example, they listen to them because they're young kids. And interesting highlight was he enjoyed cleaning the car. Trades, put it up there anyway.
Clean mine.
Yeah. We also identified another issue that a lot of boaties go out at night, and surprisingly, they don't understand the navigational lights and roads. And this was also raised by the port, the pilots who were very concerned. We actually found a boat with the lights.
The wrong way round.
Yeah, wrong way around, starboard. So that's the extent of ignorance. So we did some comms, we tried some education. Finally, we had actual quiz targeted mainly at the clubs, and I think there were 50 entries and only 9 people got all right. This is right. So that tells you the extent of boating knowledge. So we got a PLB, which is a personal locator beacon from MNZ. We put that as a prize, and that lucky gentleman in the center won the prize. And as you all know, we've had a lot of interesting weather recently. And it's always been challenging for us because we have, as a textile, I'll show you. Yeah. So we had a lot of boats sinking. Whenever it's heavy rain, boats on moorings take on water, and we get called out all the time, almost virtually every weekend. My team was out rescuing boats. We also had a very dangerous situation happen, which most people are not aware of. We had a large container ship called the Maersk Nadi, which was half a nautical mile from running aground and 1 nautical mile off the Papamoa beach. I got a call early in the morning. Nothing we could really do because the weather was so bad, the winds were too high. Tugboats couldn't go out. Fortunately, the main engine of the ship, which failed to start when they noticed her dragging, finally started and she was able to go out. That incident has been investigated by Maritime New Zealand and it's much above my pay grade. But we have taken some measures. We are closely monitoring the ships at anchorage now. Whenever there's bad weather, I send a message out to all the ships at anchor to maintain a strict weather watch. Be on standby to haul up anchor and get out of there. And I've done it once at least. And the port is investing in some advanced radar technology, which will allow them to put rings around each, as you appreciate, around each ship. So if it goes out of that ring, the alarm goes off. We had many exercises in the last few weeks, which have been led by various agencies, and supporting them with the resources in terms of boats. The oil spill response training and exercises, of course, have been done by us. We had a wonderful airport drill. I was involved in a boats were involved, where a plane allegedly overran the runway and ended up in the water. We had a boat there doing the rescue. We had helicopters flying, and it was really, really good. First time we actually done it. We also had a very large desktop exercise a couple of weeks ago of 2 ships colliding in the port and a fire. And the first time in history of the nation, FENS actually came and worked with the maritime people and looked at how to fight a fire on a ship because they had no idea, not a clue. You can't keep pumping water on the ship. So it's a good start. Because the history is that there's a bill currently, or sorry, an MOU in Wellington, which has been there for the last 3 years, where neither MNZ or FENS will take responsibility for it. And they've been pushing the ball backwards and forward. And meanwhile, concerns of Harbour Master, what happens if there's a fire? We need to have something in place. So the Port of Tauranga took the initiative with myself. We got the local FENS involved and we've come up with a plan. And now this whole model we've got is probably going to be spread across the nation. So that was really successful. We also have a massive exercise. When I say massive, it's of national significance. Search and rescue happening on the 26th of July. I don't know where it is because it'll be obviously somebody's going to surprise us. But it's going to be a massive search and rescue of a ship probably losing passengers. We also did search and rescue in Rotorua on the lakes and one around Motiti. So there's been a whole lot of exercises happening, and I think that's really good. It kind of gets all the agencies together.
Who designs those, John?
It depends on who leads it. Like the last one was done by FENS. Prior to that, it was done by Surf Life Saving. The oil spill is done by us. And the big one coming up is done by National Search and Rescue. I think the whole Auckland storm, Gabriel thing has made people aware we're not ready for. We also had, we insisted on a marina fire exercise, which was led by the marina, because you all know that one of the most dangerous places for a fire is a marina. The fire jumps in seconds. Big improvement in incident reporting. And if you recall, I did mention this last time about a big problem was small ships, small boats, the big ships, which we call a serious grounding. So we've finished them, and lots of comms have gone out, and that is still a big challenge. Boarding ladders are an issue all across the world. So not much we can do, that is beyond our control. And we have a lot of service requests, as you can see, for 404, Rotorua 86, and Whakatane 51. Thank you very much. Is there any questions?
Thank you, John. Question from me. When is the Crown going to make life jackets complete?
Election. That's a very serious one because even the last accident in Auckland, where I can't remember the boat, where the commercial boat hit a recreational boat hit a commercial boat.
Oh, the ferry.
Yeah. So the take traffic accident investigation commission, they've recommended life jackets, they recommended licensing, but
because that sort of feeds back into our navigation and safety Bible review through, you know. Okay, questions? Titaru and then Councillor McMillan. Titaru.
The statistics on Māori and non-Māori. Right there for me, I missed it. Was that
this is from
17% and
from Maritime New Zealand, but I'll send it around.
boating accidents or boating deaths?
No, the go boat
usage.
that go boating. I think.
Because in the media, there's a lot of suggestions. Obviously, that Māori are disproportionately represented in some of the incidences of the deaths, actually, from drowning and everything associated with some of this. Do you have the stats?
For accidents and fatality, we don't have tried hard to begin, which is the association that problems. We don't have that yet, as far as I know. This just talks about the usage of recreational boat. 68% back here and 17% now.
I do know that quite a few relations that I've seen have to a boat with no damn life jackets on, going out through the bars and getting some fish and coming back in again. I see it quite often, so, you know.
That's why I believe our safety ambassador program, which we're doing, is really good, because we've got young people from different maraes and they go back and so.
Councillor McDonald.
Kia ora, John, and I enjoyed the meeting you at the consultation. Yeah, I was just thinking about, these incidents with the small vessels and the shipping, and I just recall a constituent having a conversation with me about, I can't remember what he was saying, but it was something to do with the safety of that, and I'm wondering if that's come up at all in the navigational safety bylaw of kind of more marked channels and then no-go areas, or is there a correlation with those ones that are fishing out there in that harbour mouth, or could it be that they're just going in and out?
So what we are trying to address in the bylaw review is, one of the bylaws we want to implement is no anchoring in the channel.
I see a lot of them and they're just there.
Currently you can anchor as long as you heave up anchor and get out of the way. But more often than not, they can't get the anchor up in time.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. So we're trying to review that bylaw.
Okay, so that could come in. So they can still pass in the shipping lane, but they can't be sedentary.
Because of the nature of the entrance of our channel.
You have to allow to use. Yeah. Yeah.
What is really, really important, and would be great if we could actually have all recreational boat skippers licensed and trained.
Yeah, 100%. And not drunk as well.
That's the next part of it, isn't it?
Starting though, I can hear more and more dialogue. The latest professional skipper, which I'm sure you must be reading, has got a big article on that as well.
Okay, if there's no further questions, thank you, John. Thank you for your report, and thanks to your staff for keeping us safe on the water. I'm sure we'll have lots more conversations with you. We just received a report from John. Would somebody like to move? Councillor McMillan, seconded by Councillor Thurston. To receive the maritime report. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Joe, rates collection update. This is good reading.
Thank you. Well, tēnā koutou. Yeah, I'd like to think that it's good reading, and we've had quite a busy year in the completion of our first year in collecting our own rates. I hope everyone's had an opportunity to read the report.
Take it as read.
Yeah, and I'd like to invite any questions that you may have, and I can provide a quick update in terms of our latest collection figures as of today.
What's the latest collection figure?
So we're currently at 1.23%, or just on $1 million remaining.
3%. So that's about 2,000 ratepayers. Is it?
It's actually a few more than that. There's around 8,000. We've just got small figures that are remaining. This is only balances over $5.
There are 8,000 rates.
8,000 units remaining.
And interesting how people are paying.
Yeah, the preference with online banking was quite an interesting one, because we had expected that, but we sort of had thought that there's wider spread than perhaps the strong preference for internet banking. So we are looking to do a campaign for direct debits in July, just to encourage more customers to think about that as another option to pay the rates.
Any questions to Joe?
Please. So just, you were talking about direct debit payments. A lot of people in business don't particularly want people direct debit into their accounts, especially if the bank or some crazy thing like that. But automatic payment's still fine, isn't it? As long as they're monitoring. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Leader.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. You know who I'm talking about. A customer, the historical issue in terms of rating assessments made by district councils, which we inherited. How many of those have we got yet to resolve?
Through the chair, I'll look to get those figures for you. I don't have them immediately on hand.
Material or not?
Oh, it's extremely immaterial. Yeah, it's probably in the order of 400,000. Yeah. Dollars. So, yeah, so it would be a few more than our current customer base.
So that's outstanding from previous
From
periods.
previous reference.
It might be overpayment or underpayment.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. I misunderstood your question. So we're talking about the historical, there were 5,000 properties that were involved with respect to the historical under and overcharge. And of that, there would be a small minority of those that would still have outstanding issues.
If there's no further questions, can I have a mover to receive Rachel's report? Councillor Thurston, thanks, seconded by Councillor Watson. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Joe. Thinking of the next one.
Okay.
So the next report is our customer feedback summary report from Rachel and Rebecca. Welcome along.
Thank you and good afternoon, councillors. I'm just going to take the opportunity to introduce you to Rebecca Amick, who's our Facilities and Information Team Leader, and Rebecca's going to present today's report.
Thank you for that. So at our last Management Operations Committee, we were asked to provide a feedback summary report. So we've taken a more qualitative approach to this report, looking at the survey responses through our customer relationship management system, Zendesk. This feedback is from customers based on services delivered by or on behalf of Regional Council for the period of January 2022 to January 2023. And the key themes from this were that we're easy to deal with, we've got friendly and helpful staff, and our information is easy to access. So overall, we're providing a really positive experience. The report also identifies that we've got an opportunity to improve by communicating our response times better. So we've got the level agreements with the organisation, and that we can better communicate that. So we're setting and managing expectations. And finally, I just draw your attention to the table on page 168, which is our performance data that we usually provide. This is based off Q3 of this year in comparison with Q3 from last year, and shows that we continue to increase our customer satisfaction in the majority of our categories.
Happy to take any questions?
So, question from me, the survey that's going out, do you have anything to do with that?
Yeah.
Oh, the resident survey, you mean?
Is that your part and parcel? Is that?
No, it's managed by the comms team through Angela.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it does have a customer service component to it.
Yeah, it does. But it's the comms team that have done the survey through that IP, SOS or whatever it is.
Yes, that's right.
The comms team. Any questions on Rachel and Rebecca's report? Councillor Crosby?
Yeah, look, thank you for that. And in local government world, public sector world, it is, a very good result. The only statement I would make in terms of balance of some of the comments made, they all lean towards the positive, and yet we know through the statistics there is still dissatisfied issues to be addressed. And any following report, I personally would like to see a balance of both positive comments and negative ones. It's the negative ones we actually need to know to work on to make it even higher. And that is a very good statistic in the sector. We will strive to do, I'm sure you do, better and better.
Councillor Crosby.
Yeah, thank you for your report. Interesting to look at the categories and responses. The pollution hotline's the only one that's gone backwards, and that's one that somebody's got a gripe. They normally have a big one, so that's sort of understandable. Have you looked at that and broken that down as to is that odour mainly, or is it because it's one of your big participants in your telephone, receipts of queries. Is that the pollution one? I'm just trying to gauge whether it is an odour, an air odour issue. And why do you think it's going backwards?
There wasn't any prominent theme in terms of what kind of pollution was being reported with the issue. So overall, it was quite positive. It was just a dip from the previous quarter, and mainly it was around slower response time. But the comments sort of lean towards where we've had a really quick initial response, but we haven't necessarily kept that respondent up to date with what was happening.
No further questions? There's a resolution that we receive the customer feedback summary report, moved by Councillor Ron Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Crosby. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried. Thank you, Rebecca. Right, we're on the home stretch, people. This is the capital projects budgeting approval and delivery process. The Mark Lacombe is online. So this is one that's you asked for in terms of sometimes our capital project spend isn't up to expectation, or it's sliding, or it's not what we thought it was going to be. So Mark, you can hear us, you're joining us, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. This report outlines a general theoretical approach around some of the issues with capital budgeting and planning. You have some statistics on the extent to which capital delivery is an issue across the local government sector, and indeed other business statistics often point to capital project delivery being a major issue. And there are a range of factors for this, particularly in the government and local government sector. There is often a requirement to put forward budgets many years in advance, and naturally those forward estimates are based off sometimes large assumptions and need to be progressively elaborated over time. So often what is viewed as an early estimate becomes viewed as the budget. And as a project is delivered over time, there are a number of reasons why financial estimates are updated, be it for more detailed design, contingencies, geotechnical risk, actual contracting. In the interest of time, we've outlined what we understood to be the general concerns. There are a range of things councils can do to monitor on capital project delivery, but happy to take any questions or to expand on any other areas as requested.
Thanks, Mark. Are there any questions about that? Human leader?
Thanks, Chair. Look, Mark, I think the report was good. I'm not too concerned about the processes leading up to engagement, but I think, especially in the local government sector, the issues around the price versus delivery are critical things. And off to the governance level, we aren't over the whatever the contingencies are or the variations to a contract are. Those are where people make their money and we have to pay extra. I think as an example, the capital project we did, which was a diversion of the Kaituna into the Makatu estuary, was a good delivery. I mean, the price was more than what we estimated, but that's fine. But it was done on budget and on time. And I think those are some of the high level targets we need to aim for. Because all these issues around project contingencies, I don't subscribe to the capital cost goods price index and the constructive index, because whilst you might have a project that might go over 2 or 3 years, they might have some relevance, but in terms of a relatively short delivery project with the space of 12 months, it should be sorted out up front in terms of the pricing and the variations to the price. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Any further questions? I mean, it's something that we as governments have to watch going forward. And it comes into our LTP every year, every 3 years, annual plan every year. You know, the capital spend, the proposed capital spend, we just have to be mindful of it. That sometimes we don't get it right, sometimes we do. Sometimes there are circumstances beyond our control, whether it's a consent, whether it's a design, or whatever. So thanks. Yeah, go on, Ron.
Sorry, Mark, just to understand, So table 1 says that we spend, well over 84. We do really well compared to other local authorities, which is fantastic. I'm just wondering, percentage spent is one thing, projects completed, is that the same thing? I mean, we could be just overspending on fewer projects, but so is that a reflection actually of us budgeting well in terms of both dollars and in projects completed?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. In those particular years where we had high delivery percentages, 2017-18, 2018-19, that was largely due to several major projects coming through to construction at the same time, the Kaituna rediversion, some of the flood repairs, regional house upgrade. So those were projects, completed on approved timeline, on approved budget or close to approved budget, or being delivered well. In terms of number of projects delivered and delivery against that, there are no national statistics that I'm particularly aware of that we can benchmark, so that percentage spend is often the figure that's quoted. And yes, completely agree that that can be a misleading figure. However, in those years with high delivery, they were not a case of just simply having projects going well over budget.
So just as a ballpark, we not only achieve going forward over half in terms of dollars spent, but also in terms of what percentage ballpark do you think in projects completed?
That's a difficult one for me to assess. I could come back with some more detail. It depends what we count as a project. So, for instance, our rivers and drainage AMP will have measures around the percentage of maintenance or percentage of projects completed. We start to get to quite incomparable numbers if we start to have one big project and many small projects. So I wouldn't like to hazard a guess without doing some further detail on that.
Yeah, it'll just be an interesting number before we start getting into budgeting in depth. Thanks.
Okay, there's a resolution there on page 171 that we received Mark's report. Would somebody like to move, please? Councillor McMillan, seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you, Mark. And it's a watching brief, work in progress, and yeah, thanks for the report, and probably the national trend that nobody gets this right across New Zealand in terms of the capital spending here. So we're not out of sometimes it's just out of our realm of the right. Moved, seconded, carried. No further items on the agenda. Declare the meeting closed. Thank you for your attendance. And yeah, great. 2:30.